Fatality! Fatality! Fatality!
Gonna take care of these, and then maybe get the rest of their trash from the Echo Knight section. That's gonna be a lot of trash to grab from Echo Knights, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of teams, whenever they're looking at this amount of trash count, it's like 85%.
God, why do your balls smell so good?
Don't listen to them, Vicky. You got this.
Yeah, I do, but my teammates don't care. Like, I do, but they don't. That's the issue. I mean, I'm ultra fucking blasting, right? But it doesn't matter again because, you know, as I previously stated, my teammates are not gonna go. There you go, like that. You're so clinched. You're like actually fucking clinched. Like, I'm serious. You're so fucking clinched, bro. Guys, how do you die to fucking everything? Can't you like turtle charge or something? Just go. I mean, I don't know. Do we go? You wanna go? Buff him. Can you buff him? Why? Go. This is so bad. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. Like, seriously, I just don't know what to do anymore. Like, I don't know what to do. Like I'm playing with people who are higher score than me, but it doesn't matter. Like, I'm so much better than everybody who plays this game. Like, I reached the point where, like, I'm just much better than everybody else. That's the issue, right? I literally reached the point where everybody's garbage. Even 4K players are garbage. That's the problem I have, right? I'll only try this. Oh yeah, let me forgive you, Beth. I should have kicked this. Shocker that. I mean, you guys are shit. Like, seriously, you guys are just genuinely fucking garbage. Like disgustingly bad. That's it. There's no other board I have to, like, literally, I would like to not be toxic. That's my goal in life. But it's really, like, hard to, like, not be toxic. What now? What did I know?
But whenever you took into the boss, even on the 15, it wiped the dire wolves. But for Big Lucky, they're going for something that's a little bit more conservative here. While it is 6 Echo Knights, no 17. They're bloodlust again. They're not taking it into the Echo of Gorgosa. This seems like a reasonable. Okay, this seems like a reasonable in the ice novel, right? Like, it's obviously not reasonable since it's like 6 Echo Knights doing their massive amounts of AoE, and Loda continuously getting hawks out of melee by those whirlwinds that you're seeing. It's pretty tricky for the entire group, but it makes a lot more sense than, say, pulling with the boss.
Yeah, and again, those arcane smashes, their damage is staggered. There will never be 2 Echo Knights casting
Their
a
damage
smash
is
at the same
staggered.
time.
That
That
was
was
actually
actually
some
some technology that was
added
added
back
in
in
this
the
expansion,
time.
back in
That was
Dragonflight,
actually some
where there were a bunch of mobs that, used to be back in the day that you would just get, if you pulled too many mobs that did something dangerous, they would just one-shot you because they would all cast at the same time. But starting in Dragonflight, there's this really cool tech where they will wait for each other to finish their cast before starting the next one. So if you fight 6 Echo Knights, they will be casting 6 back-to-back arcane smashes, but they won't cast 6 simultaneous arcane smashes.
It's good if you're on a 17 keystone level where it's kind of contingent on your healer having you top. It's really bad on, say, the 21 keystone level or whatever, whenever they one-shot you. Because then you don't have a defensive that's able to cover that long of a duration.
Yeah, exactly. That can be part of the problem as well. Some mobs that do that as well, they're like stunnable, and you sort of prefer they all cast at the same time, so you could get them on a stun together.
Yeah, you press AMZ, defensive, and Zephyr all at the exact same time, and then you would be able to power through 2 of them going off at the same time. But
so yeah, upsides and downsides, but I do think it is generally a really nice, healthy way for mobs with those sorts of abilities to behave. And yeah, we're approaching the end of the dungeon here for Big Lucky, so our times to beat are 17:33. That's our best time in this dungeon at this key level from Group B. Now, it is worth noting that our Group B times, it's not from teams like Mandatory, from our very top teams. I believe it's Auntie's Angels that have our best time in this map at this key level. So that is, I believe, our 5th seeded team from the global region. So maybe you could discount a little bit further if you want to compare directly against teams like Mandatory, like Liquid, like Dignitas, and Triple Threat for Big Lucky. But still, if they can get anywhere close to, they're so fast here. I think they might be around that 17-minute mark. Although they do still, okay, yeah, they're going to get the last bit of count they need from this Invoker.
This is your 5 count.
There it is. Down it goes. Perfect count for Big Lucky. And now just 30% on the boss for them to chew through here. We are going to be getting, they're in another metamorphosis right now. We have an army coming up in 10 seconds also.
Like this, the AUG stack on top of that Devour Demon Hunter 12. You have more stacks of that debuff. Not something you would commonly see on live because getting more of the puddles that spawn these orbs across the room can be particularly annoying. But it does give you a boon and 5% haste. So it's there is some damage.
Particularly towards the end of the fight, it's not going to mean you'll get another puddle, right? Because you're not going to be getting to those 3 stacks. Really nice move there by Big Lucky, and it looks like their timer in this dungeon is going to be immaculate. 17-12.
Wow.
17-14 it looks like on their dungeon timer. 16 even. 17-14 is what it looked like on the in-game dungeon timer. So we're going to go with that. That was Big Lucky's time in this dungeon, which is better than any team that we saw in the West by 20 seconds. So an impressive stamp on the start of the weekend for Big Lucky. They are going to stay in the upper bracket, 2-0 in Warrior Optimization, who are not dead just yet, but they are sent down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think that's something that was also true in both of those runs that is consistent with some of the other top teams that we've seen from the West, is that they went deathless in their entirety of the first series. That's kind of something that we saw from the likes of Dignitas, from the likes of Mandatory. And then Triple Threat, most of their runs were deathless, and they had a series in the finals with Auntie's Angels where they wiped twice. But the top teams prove time and time again how they can go completely deathless in almost their entire series. And so I think that for Big Lucky, things are starting to take shape with them, and I would not be shocked if they're of a similar caliber to some of our top teams.
Yeah, comparing their tournament run to Mandatory's, Mandatory cut a flawless, deathless path through their bracket, and Big Lucky so far are on that path as well. Will they be able to maintain it? That would be really impressive to see, but that is all we're going to see out of them for today. You will see them coming back tomorrow near the start of the day in the upper bracket. But their opponents have yet to be determined. We're going to have to figure that one out next. It's FTBZM versus ToeTV. ToeTV? I don't know. ToeTV? Zyro, welcome you back to discuss and do this series. A take on the pronunciation of the team name here?
Maybe it's ToeTV? T-O-U Toe?
Okay.
That's my guess. I could be wrong. I am just a stupid American after all. We've seen FTBZMs a few times before. This is the third time that we've seen this team, right? They were in the NDI in Season 1 of the War with It. I think we saw them in one of our PGPs as well. So This team should be pretty good. I mean, I'm just curious to see, like, kind of what you guys are talking about, how they compare to similar teams we've had over the course of the past few weekends for their spot in the graphic. I think they're favored here by a little bit. I think this is the 3 seed versus 6 seed, if I'm not mistaken, or this is 4 versus 5 actually. So still pretty close together. This actually should be the closest matchup of the day. So let's see. I mean, how do those compare to the Western one that we've seen? I think for Big Lucky, they were fantastic. Right? We're already talking about them being in that same bracket as the top 8 teams and people who won the brackets. Could either of these teams match up to that?
Yeah, FTBZM is an interesting one because, like you said, we have seen them before, but this is one of those teams that we've seen a couple of times, and they've sort of held that middle, maybe a slight upward trend. It kind of reminds me of teams like Ducks Can Fly over in the global region, where it's like we see them a lot, but they are a middle of the pack team. But is this going to be their opportunity to break out? One thing that we haven't seen them in, I don't think, is speedrunning before. We've seen them in key pushing, but I'm not sure we've actually seen them in speedrunning, so that could be an important distinction to draw in here.
I think one of the things with them in the past as well that's been an issue for them since we added spec band rules is actually like their team name FTBZM is like the first letters of each of their main characters on live.
Right.
They're all known for like needing one particular spec, so when the spec band rule was implemented, it kind of worked against them a little bit. Maybe they've had a little more practice with that this time around and can play around more specs in this speedrunning format. Looking at the maps, though, I mean, we think we're going to see we have more of an established comp of people who've been playing in the Mysara Caverns with like the Affliction Lock plus one of the other meta DPS plus Hallowed. I'm curious to see if China has a different take on that here.
Yeah, it's one of those things where oftentimes there will be a meta that develops in the West, and then sometimes China will just have a completely different spin on it. So the Affliction Warlock Evoker strategy in this dungeon, where you sort of play pretty much a medic comp, but you swap in the Athlock, you get those gateways, which are pretty nice in the dungeon, and also just the damage profile of Affliction works out really nicely with the full sizing and cadence of Mysara Caverns. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's not etched in stone, and oftentimes what will happen is 1 or 2 top Western teams will do it, and then the others will all adopt it. But sometimes in China, they'll have a different strategy, although usually by this point, right, they've had a couple of weeks to try out and test out the Western versions of these routes as well. So we might see the best of all worlds coming together here in the Mysara Caverns, where we'll be entering Game 1 between FTBZM and ToeTV. Again, like you said, Zyro, seeds number 4 and 5 in this region. So very closely matched. Right off the bat, we do have the Affliction Warlock, but only for one team, FTBZM over on the left. Over on the right, we have Double Monk.
Yeah, double Brewmaster Monks actually. No Guardian Druids being committed to this map, which is kind of crazy because that's kind of one of the power picks we've been talking about for this map. Guardian Druid able to do a ton of damage on the first few pulls in this dungeon. They're not going to have that damage available to them actually. Or DK on the side of FTBZM dropping incredibly low at the start there as everyone pops personals over to that first raid of Toads cast. Both teams pretty quick gather on this first pull though.
Yeah, pretty impressive, but I am a little bit worried about those Brewmasters. This is the sort of pull where if you're playing with a bear, they feel indestructible and they're doing like top damage on a pull like this. With a Brewmaster, these Lust pulls are often especially scary as well because they're such massive pulls, and Haste does not scale your defenses on Brewmaster at all. So it is something where these pulls can be especially scary when everything else is going so well, but your Brewmaster is just in a lot of danger. Looks like ToeTV are going to be the team that gets finished off with their first pull a little bit quicker than FTBZM.
I'm not
Getting that second pull gathered.
Our Affliction Warlock appears to have not pressed their Dark Glare on that first pull.
Huh.
That is
okay.
That's not ideal. If that tracker is correct, that is just a flat damage increase to all of your dots while it's active. Not to mention, it does a lot of damage itself. That could be the difference in the first pull alone for them. Let's see if they did purposefully save that for this second pull, because the ability kick cooldowns are gone for another 20 seconds or so, so maybe they felt like they need the Warlock damage to carry them on this pull as well. Yeah, okay, there's the Dark Glare, so they saved it for this pull. Evoker drops low for FTBZM there, but able to be topped up by Coco on the Resto Shaman there. OTV though, I mean, it feels like they just have a pretty significant advantage off that first pull there.
Yeah, I like the look here of ToeTV's path through this dungeon. Evoker dropping super low for them, but the life cocoon is going to come out to make sure that they stay alive. Meanwhile, on the side of FTBZM, yeah, the rest of Shaman lines up pretty nicely in this composition, I guess, is one nice thing about it, right? So when we talked to, gosh, I believe it was Triple Threat at the end of the weekend, one of the points they made was the spec that felt the most different when you lost it from the spec variety rule was the Mistweaver Monk, actually. Not the Guardian Druid, not one of the ZP specs. It was whether you had the Mistweaver in or not. So FTBZM are trying to make this work without the Mistweaver. But that would mean that they get to use it for the other 2 maps in the series, which is something ToTV will not be allowed to do because they use it here.
Yeah, so I feel like if FTBZM is able to win this map, they're going to have a pretty commanding spot in the series, right? That means ToTV is not going to have it for both of the previous maps that you're saying. So, yeah, this is kind of a must-win map for ToTV here. They do have the advantage right now. I've already engaged the first boss with a number of trash mobs funneling behind them. FTBZM gathering up a similar pull here. Is this going to be going into the boss here? It is looking like he's stopping here at the top of the stairs, so if this is it, they're going to be significantly behind here as long as ToTV can pull this off.
Yeah, this is a very scary pull for ToTV, but it's also for FTBZM. Tank dropping super low, Death Knight also super low, barely able to stabilize, no Spirit Link available for FTBZM. Even though there's no boss for them, this is already looking so dangerous. Meanwhile, ToTV on top of the boss with all of this trash as well, also in a lot of danger, but it looks like they're nearly through the worst of it. A lot of the trash starting to die now, dramatically reducing the damage intake here. Yeah, I think ToTV have made it through this really impressive pull out of them. Gathering quite a bit of count. I do think FTBZM are going to have more count from this first section of the dungeon, though.
Yeah, slightly more count. Looks like when they're done with this pull, they're going to be at around 51%. ToTV is going to be sort of around 45%. Death for our Augavoker on the side of FTBZM, dying to a spear. It looks like they have the battle res. That is expended now. Won't have another one available for another 6 minutes. The gather of this pull drive is just so iffy. It looks like the Brewmaster was manually pulling everything, whereas typically in the past what we're seeing from most of our teams is a spatial paradox onto our healer and they can go tag a bunch of mobs. But usually it's a Mistweaver, right? They can correctly try lightning a bunch of different things. For Rescue Shaman, it's a little more awkward because you have to like lightning bolt or shock things.
You chain lightning, maybe?
Chain lightning, it doesn't feel as efficient as what the
certainly does not, indeed. We did have a death coming out for ToTV during this boss encounter. It was, I believe the Evoker went down, got B-Res. So both teams now playing with equalized death penalty of 15 seconds, plus that B-Res having been expended for both teams. But the advantage certainly in favor of ToTV right now. They're down about 10% count. Maybe a little bit more when all this trash that is on the boss for FTBZM dies. But they're up a huge chunk of dungeon progression as they're nearly done with this boss, while FTBZM are just starting it.
Yeah, I mean, the count differential is not that big of an issue, right? Especially if they're going for one of the strategies that we've seen multiple times over the past couple of weekends, which is like that extra 10% count just comes from a pull on top of the last boss. Usually your second Bloodlust is up for that, you expend all your cooldowns there anyways, and you don't need the Bloodlust for the damage jump. You can do 50-60% of the boss's HP, especially after 15, probably like 70% of the boss's HP, without Bloodlust in that damage jump burn that you get from the boss. So it's a really smart adaptation if that is what ToTV is planning on doing for that extra count. And that means that FTBZM is just significantly behind here because you aren't really gaining a lot of boss damage because there's that damage amp phase coming up later on by not pulling trash on top of the boss. So, yeah, significant advantage for ToTV here. No death differential, but there still are some pretty dangerous pulls in the middle of the dungeon, specifically a lot of trash that you have to pull on top of the second boss.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, very scary dungeon the entire way through. ToTV now going to be starting off that mini-boss pull. And I'm curious, Syra, whether they're going to execute the incense and spirit strategy in this room. If you're a casual dungeon runner, there's a good chance that you're not even familiar with how this room works, with its kind of special dungeon mechanic, because it's a little bit fiddly to make it work, and the reward is only really worth it if you really optimize it. So the way it works is once you finish off this mini-boss, there are 4 incenses spread around the edges of the room, and once you activate those, there will be a spirit on the central altar, and you can activate that to get that spirit to follow you and fight on your behalf, but only for a minute. So it's pretty hard to actually leverage that for anything huge, but what we've seen teams in the West do is set up a Wardstone skip so that somebody can come back when they're ready to pull the next boss, activate that spirit, and then Wardstone and rejoin the group and quickly get into boss combat and have almost that full minute on the boss with that extra damage, and I believe it puts a debuff on the target as well. That can be pretty powerful. But it is pretty fiddly to execute that. Again, even for MDI teams, there have been some teams that have said, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're just going to press W through the dungeon and not bother with this backtracking.
And even in the execution of spawning the RP, there has been a significant advantage for certain teams, right? There are some teams that will do that pull that we just saw ToTV finish, then while they're finishing up the remnants of the pull,
Hallowed.
usually like the Augovoker or the healer run around and like pre-prep the different incense sticks. And then by the time they're done with this pull, they can just go back, start the RP, get the skip,
Defensive.
save like 20 to 30 seconds over having to go back, manually click all 4 incense sticks,
Ads
not
coming.
do anything else, and then do the RP and skip to the boss. So there's a lot of optimization that can be done in the middle of this dungeon, and some of the top end teams have actually saved so much time doing it. Let's see what the plan is for our teams as they get into that section of the dungeon here. FTBZM just out dealing with that pull that will spawn the incense sticks for the altar for them in a moment here. ToTV, we'll see what their plan is once they deal with this pull. Good CC
AOE incoming.
cancel a lot of these channels though.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nice. So far, everything is stable for both teams. Just that one death on the board for each of them. Spirit Link comes out for FTBZM to keep the damage stable. Bunch of warriors reanimating, going to be stopped by that leg sweep. Meanwhile, ToTV charging forward. Let's see if we can count how many people are here with them right now. We've got just the tank running forward. Looks like the Evoker and the Death Knight are close behind, as are the Mistweaver and the Devourer. So, yeah, ToTV not bothering with any of that incense nonsense. There might be an opportunity for FTBZM if they're able to leverage that to kill the boss a lot quicker. You can see maybe they'll set something like that up.
Yeah, but are they going to kill the boss a minute and 30 seconds quicker with that extra RP? That's how far
I don't
behind
think
they
he
were
would.
on the first boss. But yeah, minute 30 seconds for 8% count is not the trade-off that I'm looking for.
AOE incoming.
Here, unfortunately, and OTV just moving forward quickly, already engaging Vordaza here with the trash in tow. This isn't all of the trash that they're going to be pulling on top of this boss. This is only about 10% count. We want to see them closer to 90% by the time this boss is done, so they'll probably end up pulling a couple of packs on top of the boss later on, but for the time being, this is good enough for funnel. Have to make sure we're good about dealing with the spawns on the boss and see if paralysis on one of those adds in the corner.
Defensive.
One of them manually, and they'll eventually pull these two together.
Ads coming.
Unmake does a little much damage to the group, but the cocoon keeps the Augovoker alive.
Yeah, this is a very powerful cooldown being used by ToTV there. I think one of their problems is that without that Mistweaver, they don't really have a good healer external that they can throw on players in danger. It's Spirit Link or Bust, really, from that Resto Shaman to keep somebody alive that is otherwise about to die. Meanwhile, ToTV getting that boss down to about half health here. We're about to enter that Necrotic Convergence cast. They have one of these spirits paralyzed off over to the side there. Really nice strategy. What you can do if you paralyze one of the spirits on top of where it spawns is it'll just explode when the next wave comes out if you can paralyze it close enough to where that next spirit will spawn. And then you can just para one of the new wave. The only thing you have to do to make that strategy work is you will have to manually soak one spirit in the very first spawn. But as soon as you do that, this strategy then makes it so that you only have to deal with 2 instead of 4 spirits every wave. So can be really nice for making this a much more clean fight.
So something I want to focus on here for ToTV is the boss HP. They were at 50% heading into the first Necrotic Convergence Shield. Most of our teams that we've seen in runs of Mysara Heavens, even on 16 and 17 in our Western runs, have had that boss at about 30% usually on the first Necrotic Shield. They've also had all of the trash dead at that point too. Is that just a result of them not having that ghost helping them with damage on this boss?
I think the spirit is a large part of it, yeah. It's a huge damage multiplier, and having that available during a boss, it's really important if the boss shields as well, because that way you might skip the second shield phase. So if you think about it, it does more damage than it looks like then, right? Because it also does however much damage that shield would have, because you then don't have to deal with it. So we'll see if ToTV are going to be able to skip this second Necrotic Convergence here. It looks like they are... Yes? What's this cast here? Yeah, all right, we're okay. That was an unmake. So ToTV at least still able to skip the second Necrotic Convergence here. 89% count as they charge onto the bridge here. They're going to need a little bit of trash from this section, but not a whole lot. Maybe they can take this all onto the drummer and then deal with it there. We have the Brewmaster getting in combat, the rest of the group running by. No Shadow Meld available for the monks for ToTV. Both monks playing Blood Elf, Zyro.
Interesting. I did see one of them use their racial to remove some of the shields on some of the
Yeah.
what they call the bone raisers, the dudes.
The skirmishers,
Well,
right?
the skirmishers. Yeah. remove that before the rest of the team got in combat, so they didn't have to worry about doing the damage off. So that was kind of a nice little optimization, I guess. But I don't know. Shadow Melt Skip seems so useful in general. Maybe not for the tank, I guess, but we'll have to see how that plays out for them. I think the important thing also to mention for FTBZ in here is they didn't go for the Altar RP either.
No, they did not.
They just didn't grab that damage buff for the boss, so they didn't really get to make up any of that time here. ToTV, though, gathering up his pull, already dealt with the drummer, line of sighting around the corner to make sure all that trash funnels in. A couple defenders still in the back, but just now funneling in after that shield cast. And we are on to the final boss here. Second Bloodlust deployed, cooldowns are active. They need to bursting this trash down as quickly as possible.
This is looking pretty good for ToTV. This is going to be all the count that they need as well. They basically just need to deal with this boss until the intermission phase, at which point they will be gifted enough damage to absolutely melt this thing. Most of the trash already dead now. We do still have one defender that is in combat here, maybe a second one as well, a caster to deal with too. Defender's not a huge deal though. You do have to look out for those tornadoes that they create, and of course it can be impossible to damage them into that shield, but looks like ToTV have spawned some of those tornadoes over on the side. In fact, they've killed off all the trash now. They're at 100% count. They're entering that intermission. After, they will have this crushed souls. It'll be time for the intermission in just 17 short seconds here for ToTV. At which point, with those 6 stacks of the damage amp, there's not going to be much dungeon left for FTBZM to catch up. FTBZM valiantly trying here, getting in combat with that drummer, and soon they'll be pulling the boss as well. But this damage amp is just going to be absolutely lethal for ToTV.
Let's keep an eye on the soul count of the Demon Hunter on ToTV. Just got to 50 right before they got expulsed from the boss's boss room here. So we will have the Void Meta available the second they get back to the boss room here. Just a POV from our servers. You can't see any of BRP, unfortunately. But I assure you, they're dodging everything perfectly as they make their way back up to Rock Tool here. 55% on the boss, 150% increased damage. They should not need the Bloodlust to kill the boss off in this damage amp window. Void Meta active army that had popped. They're off to the races here, and it looks like we're going to be seeing FTBZM, a returning favorite of the Eastern MDI, go down 0-1 in this series, Granos.
Yeah, ToTV, those collapsing stars, just going to send Raktool home here during that stun. It is a 14:55 for ToTV, 14:57, leading them to that 1-0 victory, just like you said. And yeah, an impressive map out of ToTV. Both teams opting not to use the full set of Evoker Wordstone tech in this dungeon. But honestly, ToTV, they were so fast at the start of the dungeon. Honestly, the execution of that very first pull as well was something that I was really right off the bat. They took the lead and they never gave it back.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit slower than some of the fastest runs that we've seen out of the Western MDIs, but those Western runs were also with Guardian significantly speed up. Right? In general, I feel like both runs were relatively big, just the one spot death for both of the teams. And ToTV really did run this stuff. We were talking about it at the start of the dungeon there, right? Like they played the Misty Hermes dungeon, which is by far one of the strongest picks overall. They're able to keep that for map 2, but if they end up losing map 2, they won't have it for the Nexus Point Zenith. So this is really kind of a must-win map here for ToTV.
Yeah, Masters Terrace, I think this is where we're going to see the Guardian Druids entering the battlefield for both teams. Very important map. Both Mysara and Magisters, for me, those are right near the top of my Guardian Druid wish list. But Magisters, I think, does take the very top spot.
Defensive.
If I could have a Guardian Druid in one dungeon, it would be Magisters Terrace. There are some massive pulls, although
Pushback incoming.
Kira from Dignitas made Dungeon Steven Hunter look pretty good in that map, too. But I think the Bears for both teams is what I'm hoping them to deploy.
Yeah, it's like, Vengeance seems pretty decent, but everything just pales in comparison to the damage of the Guardian Druid to put out. Here are our mans for our teams here, Brewmaster Affliction, Resto Shaman for FTBZM. Makes sense, they'll have the Guardian Druid for both of the next 2 maps if they wanted. Affliction's really only played in that map. So Shaman's fine too, so they'll have Mistweaver as well. No TV, no Devour, no Op.
Oh, yeah, so they already were using the Mistweaver and the Unholy and the Og and the Devourer. So that was actually kind of a must-win map for ToTV. Their comp was certainly using more of these powerhouse specs. Losing the Og in particular, though, is something that I'm always a little sketched out by because it's great in this dungeon and it's great in Venus. I would really want to use it in at least one of those maps, although there are certainly compositions you can make work in either of those dungeons. You can play Armed Warrior Serve Hunter in Master's Terrace and have no need for an Og and get some really good bans out of it. So we'll have to see what their idea is going to be. I'm actually really curious. Could be an Ellie Shaman as well.
Could be, yeah. There's a lot of different options that we've seen that have been a lot of pretty good. I mean, what else have we seen that looks good in this dungeon? We've seen Warrior played a couple times, right? They've got Havoc if they want to play that as well. Havoc seems like it's pretty strong. Actually, I'm really interested to see going into Grand Finals for Atmos. We talked about this a little bit earlier on. It's like, oh, are they playing the Eldrachi Havoc? Because that got buffed recently. The funnel that spec can do is probably better than any other spec in the game. If teams could find a way to utilize that, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's tough to describe. Eldrachi Havoc, though, like half of its physical damage gets dealt as funnel to the primary target. It's absolutely absurd just how much they can do if it's a substantially big pull with a prior target. Magister's Terrace does feature a lot of pulls that are kind of exactly like that as well. So, yeah, going to be very, very interesting to see what our teams deploy as we move into map 2. FTBZM versus ToeTV. ToeTV up 1-0 in the series. And we get to see a little bit before that key goes in. Looks like we had a Hunter in play, the Beast Mastery variety for ToeTV, not the Survival as well. We also do have the Havoc Demon Hunter, as you correctly guessed. The Unholy DK, the Unholy DK and the Mistweaver, which ToeTV worked pretty hard to preserve both of those specs, right? Those were the two specs they played in the last series that they didn't restrict in this one. So they will be forced to restrict those going into map 3, which could be pretty scary if we do get there.
I kind of like the Havoc / BM duo, right? BM known to be more of like a straight line spec that is pretty consistent overall damage, but the Havoc is super burstier on the 2-minute metamorphosis. They kind of fill in the gaps of each other. So I think that's actually a pretty solid comp. And you can see on this very first pull here, Havoc absolutely blasting the first pull. And ToeTV once again able to dispatch that first pull significantly quicker than FTBZM. Only a 10-second advantage off the first pull alone.
Yeah, looking really impressive for ToeTV. Let's see how the teams are able to get this combat started with the librarian here. What is it? The Pyromancer?
Yeah,
I assume it's a Pyromancer that's multi-spec'd into librarian, though, given placement in the map.
You would assume so. I mean, the Flame Strike has been known to take out players that are unawares there, unfortunately, but not happening for either of our teams.
Well, actually, it seems like putting a Pyromancer next to your library would have some drawbacks. If you cast one spell and all of your books are going up in flames. It might not be the wisest decision by the Magisters here to allocate their mages here. Maybe a Frost Mage or an Arcane Mage would do better on preserving the books.
Listen, if I had a nickel for every time they put a Fire Mage in a library in a dungeon, I wouldn't have that many. I'd have specifically 2 nickels. It's happened exactly twice. I'm not exactly sure why, but, I'm not making the dungeons. That's on you, Blizzard. Pyromancer dealt with already by both of our teams, though, heading into the Arcanatron Customs first boss in just a moment. Ready to gather any of the trash from this next courtyard before we head to the boss room. A couple stragglers picked up for FTBZM, a couple stragglers plus an Elemental as well for ToeTV. So a little extra trash, but both teams heading straight into the boss here. First Bloodlust looks to be ready for the boss here.
Yeah, we've got that meta. This is a meta proc going into a full meta in just a second here for the Havoc Demon Hunter, the IB meta, and now the actual meta press in just a moment here. This is going to be huge damage for that Havoc DH, hopefully spiking out of 4th place soon on that damage meter. The Bear just doing absolutely absurd amounts of damage as well for ToeTV there. Finally surrendering 3rd place, but then reclaiming it on the damage meter. Fighting for 2nd now. Beast Mastery Hunter looking behind in that rearview mirror, objective mirror, maybe closer than they appear. That Guardian Druid right on the heels here. But it looks like Incarnation has now expired, and some sanity is going to return to the damage meter here for ToeTV. Nothing quite as egregious happening over on the side of FTBZM, although you can see the boss quite a bit lower for ToeTV potentially as a result.
Yeah, funnily enough, the Metamorphosis also running after the Havoc Demon Hunter, so the Bear might just stay up there in 3rd place for the remainder of the boss pool here. We'll have to see as Demonic procs for our Demon Hunter here probably start to climb the meters a little bit here. Are we going to grab any of this extra trash on the side as well so we get a little more funnel for our squad, or is this just going to be it? I'll have to see if ToeTV has anything else planned here. For the time being, though, yeah, the Bear just catapulting them so far ahead on the boss here. Their trash is already dead. FTBZM did actually go and gather one of those side packs, another caster being pulled in for them as well, so they have to make sure they are interrupting that mob. They do gain a little bit of funnel, but 10% behind on the boss off the back of that bear group is pretty impressive for KandicTV.
Yeah, that is incredibly impressive indeed. KandicTV
Defensive.
going to be getting this boss dead quite a bit ahead of FTBZM, although the gap is a lot less wide than it was in the Mysara Caverns here. We are still in neck and neck territory between the two teams, but this is a good sign for KandicTV. I think it's kind of a must-win map for them, because if this goes to a map 3, they are going to have all 5 specs from that meta comp restricted against them.
Yeah, they're going to be in a rough spot here. So
Defensive.
we're talking about must-win scenario for them. And Magister's Terrace is full of these just 100 or 0 pulls. Right? You have these massive pulls where anything can go wrong. And they're setting up the second one of the dungeon right now, heading down the hallway towards the second boss. Literally every single mob between the first and second boss being pulled together. Incarn back active for our Guardian Druid, starting to thrash away and do massive damage here. Looks like our Demon Hunter and our Unholy DK have grabbed a couple of those buffs, giving them 10% increased damage. There's crystals on the sidewalls, of course, going to be the same buff that the Mana Worms give when they die off, and now those Mana Worms are starting to trail in as well, which will continue to give them more damage for the remainder of the pull. They're doing a great job of killing through these Runic Blade debuffs, though.
Yeah, the Runic Blade, one of the scariest parts of Magister's Terrace here, especially as that key level goes up. Unavoidable damage, huge amounts of damage, especially if you ever get a double stack. Mercifully for FTBZM, that double stack is on their tank right now in Incarn, so that is effectively 2 stacks of Runic Blade that have been removed from the dungeon. Really fortunate for our team over on the left. Meanwhile, KandicTV over on the right, already having made short work of almost all of the mobs in this poll. We do see a mob imprisoned off down the hallway and is now rejoining the party. And that is okay, as they've killed off the mobs required to spawn the boss. And they'll just be taking this remaining 1 mob into the boss, which is totally fine there. Actually, it looks like 2 mobs that were both CC'd.
Oh, we're seeing this tech from FTBZM, not necessarily tech, but like our Guardian Druid is back-pulling some trash into the boss. Oh, they saved the worms for this.
Oh, the wormstone
and then the
as well.
wormstone back. Okay, interesting. This has cost you precious time, though. The boss has been active or been spawning for a while now. I guess they're able to bolt the second spawn, so that really didn't cost them that much time. Those worms are going to trail in as well, and they'll be able to overlap that with the tail end of this tyrant and maybe the army of the dead when that becomes active. I wonder how long it's going to take them for those worms to get here, though.
Yeah, the worm plus wormstone skip, call it a wormstone, is something that we have to look out for. Like, the problem for me, Zyro, the worms only give you a 1% damage amp each, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't last particularly long. So what is the total value being represented by adding them into this boss outside of your CDs, which is when they're going to die, right? It's like only army is going to be benefiting from them, and you're getting, what, like an 18% damage amp? Is the juice worth the squeeze on this strat? I'm not sure. We'll have to see. So right now they're about 30% behind on the boss. Let's see if they're able to accelerate that stage. An opportunity, yeah. Right after this silence comes out for an army with damage buff. 14 stacks. Oh no, Zyro, look, 14 stacks for the DK, 20 for everybody else. You can't AMS if you're trying to get that damage buff.
Yeah, bad timing on the AMS there. He was the person that was supposed to have benefited from this the most. This was in his cooldown window. So, while they did catch up maybe 5% on the boss, I don't think the damage amp on single target comes close to matching what it could do for you on those massive pulls. KandicTV was able to blast that AoE trash back down and get on the boss so much more.
Watch your step.
It closed that window now from about 30% behind to about 20% behind, but still just straggling behind here. KandicTV finishes off the boss. FTBZM look like they might actually have to deal with a second silence here. Yeah, this cast going on. Lose a couple of GCDs here in a moment, and this is going to set them even further behind.
Yeah, a couple of globals. Not the end of the world, but you can see that the gap between the two teams on that second boss split. So the first boss split was 24 seconds in KandicTV's favor. Looks like the second boss split is going to be pretty similar for FTBZM here. Let's see if that, yeah, actually, it's about, okay, the two teams are actually on about the same pace on second boss. So almost all of the difference in this dungeon so far is on that first boss split.
Yeah, they also used the gateway to go up to the crystal to click it, rather than doing what we see a lot of teams do, where they use the gateway and run down the hallway more quickly. Not sure which is actually faster, to be honest with you, but it seems like you get to this Gemmaless room pull a lot faster on the side of ToTV, already in combat with that particular pull. Literally, again, every mob in between Serenal, Sunlash, and Gemmaless being pulled together here. So many Void Terrors to interrupt. A single Terror Wave cast comes off. It's lights out for your team. They don't have any way of counteracting that. Fortunately, no fears have gone off for the team just yet. But the tank under a lot of pressure here is the Incarn and Barkskin being used to live through this. Incarn now running out. After the Barkskin, we really only have the one charge of Survival Instincts left just alive. But fortunately, the trash slowly starts to wear off with them.
Here goes off for ToTV. Hunter down. Somehow nobody else died. The Virez is available and instantly committed here. Absolutely absurd. We saw that cast. That cast was channeling, and then there was an Incap Roar and a Chaos Nova, and then it started channeling again, and there was a Blinding Sleep, and then it started channeling again, and there was nothing left to stop it. Somehow nobody had their interrupt available for it, or maybe somebody threw an interrupt into the stun, into the Incap, into the Sleep. That can be a really dangerous thing to have happen. But luckily, ToTV are somehow recovering this despite a fear going off. That is something that I've not seen. A Shadow going to take out their Hunter. Luckily, it's just after that second Virez has become available here. Oh no, another death here. The melee going to take out the Havoc Demon Hunter. Is this going to be a disaster for ToTV? Is this time to reset the boss?
You have to. Is there a... Wait, is the door actually open to reset it? Can you reset this? No. Okay.
Oh no.
Arteka has dropped
only
there
one
for
way
He's
to
trying to
reset.
die on purpose. He's dying on purpose, but it's taking forever for him to die. Okay. It's going to be a full one for ToTV, but this has to happen. Just so that they can run back to the boss and DPS the boss down with that one extra DPS. This is actually a time save, which is wild. They do end up having to pull a little bit of this trash in the hallway, though, that they usually would skip by running fast. This is the opportunity, though, for FTBZM to come back in this dungeon. They have dealt with that pull. They're on Gemmaless. We've got trash on top of the boss as well that we're cleaving down. FTBZM looking in a good spot now.
Oh man, ToTV are going to want that one back. They got through the hard part, despite a fear going off in the hard part. And then just on the boss combat, we had players starting to go down to Shadow Bolts and Melees. Two things that should never be killing anybody. So ToTV going to be trying to restabilize and recover here, but the ball is firmly in FTBZM's court. 7 deaths on the side of ToTV means 1 minute and 45 seconds in addition to the dungeon progression penalty that they've already incurred here. So FTBZM firmly favorites here. If they can avoid wiping, they are going to comfortably win this map.
We'll have to see if they're able to keep it steady, though. All of the trash dealt with here on Gemmaless. They only have the bosses themselves to deal with. 5 mobs that they get to cleave down with their group here to kill off Gemmaless. And then we're going to see a similar strategy from them compared to the runs we've seen from our Western teams in the past couple of weekends. There is one final pull in the dungeon left for them to deal with. A massive pull of everything between Gemmaless all the way up to the top of the tower here, which is another opportunity for Dungeon Drivers. There's a lot that can go wrong. Again, it's one of those pulls where the tank is under the most pressure here.
Yeah, the Devouring Tyrants with their Decroding Strike is a huge amount of damage and a huge heal absorb that does land on your tank. So hopefully something an FTBZM will be able to mitigate. Gemmaless here dropping quite low. Meanwhile, for ToTV, it's at 60% HP. So half the boss plus 1 minute and 45 is the advantage for FTBZM. Call it maybe 2 minutes 45, 3 minutes-ish of an advantage for our left-hand team. It's a big advantage. They probably can't afford to pull too slowly, though. They still probably need to execute their primary game plan here. They charge up the ramp. Let's see how they decide to gather this big pull. So often what we see teams do here is hug the wall so that they don't pull anything from these middle platforms.
And you don't want to pull any of those extra Void Terrors, right? They don't want to deal with any of that extra damage on the group, any extra hits to deal with. Of course, they're going to have to interrupt the Terror Waves as they run up the hallway here. You can see them hugging the left side there, making sure they don't accidentally pull anything in the middle of the room. Warlock Pet's known to just randomly grab extra stragglers. Starting to gather up this pull. You can see they have the full suite of cooldowns available to them. Everything except for that second Bloodlust available for this pull. But look, Goldbar's dropping incredibly low here. Was that a fear that went off on the entire group there? I think I saw everyone with the debuff that looked like a fear debuff. Somehow we're still alive here. Shadow Fury being used to stun everything. Our Guardian Druid still tagging extra mobs. They're going to grab those 2 mobs in front of the stairway there, though. That was a scary moment. I'm not sure how they're still alive.
Ooh, a big heal absorb on our healer as well. Looks like it's been recovered, though, as our tank getting hit by those decoding strikes, too. The Incarn is rolling, so our tank should be stable for the duration of this Incarn. Barkskin's going to be up as well. We'll have to see if that's overlapped with the Incarnation or held until the end of it here. It's going to be a pretty scary pull. It looks like it's going to be an overlap for the Guardian Druid. This is actually, Zyro, one thing I'm a little bit worried about here is once this does expire, it's going to be just a survival instinct against the world here for our tank, but somehow it looks like FTBZM are going to be able to get this trash killed off before that would be too much of a problem. Still do have some of these tyrants here, though, so big heal absorbs going to be landing on our tank. Time for some enveloping mists from our healer to keep him stable. Meanwhile, ToTV also on a big pull in this same section. For those 7 deaths really adding up, really feeling the weight of it now, that minute and 45 seconds, as ToTV have been accelerating. They are certainly quicker. Their strategy is faster. A death for FTBZM, a melee, as they've been grabbing this side pack.
2 stacks of that debuff here. Cocoon being used to try to keep the tank alive, but they have to heal that debuff off. He's in trouble here. Okay, they're able to top the tank back up here, but that's one of their battle roses expended. They have the Bloodlust ready. I would pop it right now just to stay alive. They need to know that they're in a bad situation here. Coco incredibly low here, topping himself off with that enveloping mist. They're just playing it safe right now. They could have gone up to the boss any moment here. Fear's being kicked. Okay, both terror waves are interrupted for FTBZM here. But what are we doing, guys? We're just killing this trash on its own. We have the Bloodlust ready. We have cooldowns ready. Let's head up to the boss. What are we doing? We're wasting precious time.
Yeah, FTBZM do need to get in boss combat. ToTV going to be pulling the boss first, but 90 seconds is the death differential between the 2 teams here. So FTBZM do have the time to do this, but then they will certainly not be able to afford any deaths on the boss, which they maybe would have been able to afford if they had gone straight into it here. Yeah, 90 seconds is the death advantage in favor of FTBZM. They're going to be pulling the boss here about 30 seconds after ToTV. So still maybe even 15, 20 seconds after ToTV. So as long as they can get this boss dead in a reasonable time frame, they should be able to win this map. That lust now rolling together goes down for FTBZM. The B-Res is available for the Hog Evoker.
And there's no rest for him. That's their loss. They committed to this. They have to reset? It's going to take them too long.
Well, okay,
reset is a light. They're
gone.
gone.
You could still try and do this down a DPS, right? So you're down a DPS here. Oh, no, now you're down 2 DPS, Zyro. Now you certainly can't continue.
Well, you had to look at the split they had. The DK had to soak that. They had all 4 players on one side of the line. The DK had to go soak again with the debuff on him. It's a full wipe for FTBZM, putting them at, I believe, 9 deaths now. Oh, ToTV finished with their count. They have the boss at 50%. They full wipe after a boss reset, and they look like they're going to be winning this map here. All they have to do is just soak the circles, not get hit by the balls, and they'll be taking a 2-0 upset over FTBZM. Are they going to go soak that circle? Okay. Whew.
Wow, this has been a remarkable display of resilience from ToTV. Coming back from that wipe, keeping their run going. That would be a very demoralizing spot for a lot of teams. I think a lot of teams would maybe have reverted to a smaller pull as well. Their cooldowns would have been decent. Maybe you wouldn't have been able to successfully go as big up on the Spire here. But ToTV have been able to do it. And as long as they're able to hold on here, they are playing without a B-Res as well. But the last 15% of the boss is all they have to get through. And they will be able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. And Zyra, this was really important for ToTV as well, because if this had gone to that map 3, their spec variety situation, I think, would have been a lot worse than FTBZM. FTBZM had it, but they gave it away on the last boss here, and ToTV going to take this series 2-0.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but in the end, yeah, ToTV are able to come out on top there. They'll be moving on to the upper bracket. We'll see them play against Big Lucky tomorrow. That's going to be a cool matchup to see. Unfortunately for FTBZM, they'll be heading down to the lower bracket. That was a really interesting sequence at the end there for FTBZM. I feel like they played it safe to try to make sure that they could have a good boss pull, but then it just fell apart the second they pulled the boss. Here's a look at a replay of what happened for FTBZM there. Did our DK pull some extra trash here? We can see them tacking some trash off on the side. They grip up one of those destroyers. Those things would shadow step up anyways. It ends up killing the DK. Okay, that's here, and then kind of all cascaded from here. This poll is really bad for them. Like, I want to point out something as well on this poll in it that I didn't get to mention during the cast. They don't pop any cooldowns on this poll. Look who's top
So
five,
for them.
Look at this
4,
count.
3,
There's
2,
2 counts short
1.
here from being full. I think probably what happened is we missed like one little void dude somewhere earlier in the map. And so we needed to
5,
grab this, but we weren't
4,
planning to. It wasn't part of the route for
2,
FTBZM.
1.
So they grabbed it, but they aren't used to pulling it there. They're not wanting to send their cooldowns because they know that Lust plus CDs on this boss is in their very near future. But they also don't want to pull it onto the boss because then that makes the boss harder. So they were in a bit of a pickle there, a bit of a catch-22. I think this was a count issue. I think that the big reason that FTBZN had all this go wrong was because they lost that count somewhere earlier in the map.
What happened to? Can we rewind it a little bit? What actually happened to our Mistweaver? They died.
Huh.
They just died in the debuff. Did they get meleeed by the boss? What did they get blocked by? That debuff doesn't do that much damage.
Maybe we're in combat with something down
Oh, maybe.
down below that is just destroying us from underneath.
It looks like they're getting meleeed by something. You can see the boss is definitely on the tank. He's getting damage before for sure. Oh, that is really unfortunate for FTPZM. Either way, we'll be seeing them again in the lower bracket tomorrow. We're going to head on to our next matchup here in just a moment. Really excited to see what the rest of these matches bring to the table, Brad. This has been pretty interesting from the start of the day so far.
Absolutely, yeah. This has been a banger so far. You know, sometimes we have the Chinese region, and sometimes there will be like the lower seeded teams, just as in the West, sometimes will not be able to put up as much of a fight. But this time around, I mean, wipes aside in that last map, we've been seeing some really, really competitive runs out of this region so far. And we are going to move into now 2 series where we basically have 2 teams that will be challenging each other, most likely for the second slot out of this group in Interrupt and Silly Guy. Of course, we've got to gauge the strength of the other teams here as well, but Big Lucky, overwhelming tournament favorites in this bracket. Interrupt and Silly Guy, 2 pretty closely matched teams, though, that we'll have to see how they match up against each other. But I will be taking a step aside for this series, welcoming Tuttles back to the desk for this one.
I'm going to have Bifan, I love you, playing up against Interrupt next, not Silly Guy. Silly Guy is playing in the match after versus Sleepy. The Tratnos Bowl is what I'm going to be adorning that one.
The Tratnos Bowl, yeah, that's the two modes of Tratnos in the morning of an MDI broadcast. Is he going to be the Silly Guy or is he going to be the Sleepy Guy? Usually he's both, but one of them has to take over the course of the day.
So last MDI, we saw this Interrupts team come in, I believe, as 8th place in the finals, and they were the 2nd seed coming out of China. But then they've been a team that played throughout most of the War Within. How are they going to participate in a speedrun format? Kind of an interesting question that we have here, but I feel like they should be heavily favored against Bifan.
Yeah, just off the seeding alone, right? They had a much faster time trials. They're the returning team. I'm interested to see, like, as it has been with the first 2 matches, the main point for me is how are these teams matching up to the Western teams? How close are they to some of the best seeds that we're going to be seeing in the Grand Finals? And what's the evolution of it going to be like heading into the Grand Finals? Obviously, the 2nd seed, I have a lot of expectations for them. I want to see fast runs. I want to see them as close as possible to what we saw for Big Lucky, although that's a tough shoe to fill. They looked really good. But we'll have to see. This should be a good matchup for them.
I mean, for me, looking to see what we get from Interrupt here, it's going to be... They had time trial times that are similar to, like, Sin's Spellbook and Unte's Angels. That's about the time trial times that they had. So if they're able to play up to that level, I think that would be a pretty good result for them. But I think that Big Lucky and what we've seen out of them, the way that Interrupt is going to have to be competitive is they're going to have to be debtors throughout all of these maps. And we're going to be starting out in that plus 15 win runner spire.
This is a really interesting dungeon, right? Because I feel like this is the dungeon through the first 3 weekends of the MDI that we've seen the most differing. There's a lot of choices for when you skip, when you skip.
Sure.
What comp you play around. We've seen a lot of like warrior picks with a 2-target cleave on their like, duo. Obviously, Augmented skips are insane in this dungeon. It's generally really good. Cornerstone can be used for a lot of different things there. We've seen a lot of monks, even sometimes double monk being used for like paralyzes, peace skips. Curious if they have any extra choices.
Defensive.
Here randomly.
Yeah.
It seemed like it wasn't great, but it's been played in here a few times now.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those dungeons where, because there are so many different skips, Shroud is just a really safe way to skip past things. It's a lot easier than the Shadow Mill bringing these skips. One of these teams have to bring to the table here as we get into the Windrunner Spire. Again, I feel like this is one of those dungeons that we have a really good blueprint of what a potential best strategy is with that triple threat run that we did a highlight of a couple of weeks ago.
Frontal.
And Cup C kind of copied that strategy with maybe a couple of differences in the run.
Ads coming.
Let's see what the teams bring to the table here as we get a look at their copy here. We have an arcade mage. Oh my god.
Yeah, so
Arcade mage.
Black Fan elected to play the Arcade Mage, Affliction Warlock, Devour Demon Hunter composition, very unique. And Interrupt, they're on that Havoc Demon Hunter Frost Death Knight. So that was one of the, those are two of the specializations with the Arms Warrior. So it's like the Arms Warrior, the Havoc Demon Hunter, the Frost Death Knight. Those are kind of like the tier 2 picks for the Spectre Riding. Dranos and I were kind of talking about that earlier whenever we were talking about like the big lucky composition. And it seems like teams that had a really strong amount of proficiency with those compositions, with those specializations, and it did really well, especially as the Spectre will later and later into the weekend. On the right-hand side, we already had a death on the side of Bifan, where it looks like their Devoured Demon Hunter got melee very early on. Now he's only doing 7,000 DPS on the meter currently.
Ads coming.
Yeah, the Devoured Demon Hunter deaths are brutal, especially at the start of a game like this, because you're already building up to the first point of meta. If you go down, you're just dead in your tracks, and you can see the difference here already opening up. Interrupt done with that first ball, gathering up the second ball. Looks like they're going for a similar route to the triple threat here. If they stop in this room to kill this trash, that's probably the route that they're going to be going for. No, so we're going to head on down. I think the thing that's interesting to me about this Arcane Mage, it's something that we're talking about when it comes to this rebroadcast in general. I think in the past, the rebroadcast has been several days later, right? But
yes.
Today, this match actually happened, like, what, 4 or 5 hours ago? So this is on, like,
defensive.
It's on this week's tuning. This Arcane Mage was actually significantly buffed this week, so I'm actually curious to see how it plays, if it still has those same hallmark strengths that it's had in the past of like generally good funnel. I know it's been improved since it was really good last expansion, but it still has some of those aspects to it now.
I think Bravant is like a less integral part of like their damage profile, and a lot of their damage is now baked into like Arcane Orb for AoE, which then means that Resonance, which is that funnel talent that you were kind of talking about earlier, is a less crucial. Something that I do need to mention is we see on the left side here, Interrupt, they actually have a mob control undeaded by that Frost Death Knight. So whenever we see Unholy DK in this dungeon a lot, it's a specialization that has a hard time wanting to actually press control undead on mobs due to the fact that they can't press Dark Transformation, they can't get that pet damage, and it's just like, you know, it's not very valuable. But since they have access to that Frost Death Knight, they can press control undead for basically a 0 DPS loss. So what Interrupt did was they control undeaded a steward, and the moment the first steward died, it let that other steward come out of that CC, and it just allowed them to be able to not have too many debuffs affecting the side of Interrupt.
Okay, I do know one of the most prolific Arcane characters in the game, Hopeful X, loves Arcane. Any chance he can play it still, he would love to play it. But the one time we saw Arcane in India this season beforehand, extremely unhappy. I just saw our Arcane Mage on the right side casting a ton of Arcane Pulses before as well. They're blasting now, which is a little weird. But yeah, I don't think Opal would be happy with this Arcane Mage pulsing. That's all the input I have on the Arcane Mage here. In general, Interrupt, they'll look like they have a very fast strategy. They're going for that triple threat strategy. They've already dealt with most of the trash on the boss here. It's just the head off, as you like to call it, with the fleeting down.
So something that's actually kind of notable about this boss, Fearless Duo, is it feels occasionally random whenever the Banshee, she ports and she does that Wailing Scream cast, although you can kind of softly control where she's going to port to, like you see from Interrupt here. So basically she has a couple conditions. Obviously, she can't port into terrain around the room, so any of the geography of how the room works, the geometry of how the room works, that actually locks her into only being able to spawn in specific positions. And then those puddles, she can't actually spawn on a pre-existing puddle. And so what you saw from Interrupt there is they basically had the boss start her Wailing Cry almost on top of the other mob, allowing for more efficient cleave on a lot of these specializations. And I feel like for Interrupt there, that was a huge way of saving a couple of seconds.
Yeah, super clean from them. And, I mean, look at how much damage their healer has actually been able to do on this pole as well. They've been happily starfiring away this entire time. Oh yeah, I mean, 75k on this pole particularly. Very impressive.
Western Fury, I feel like, is one of those specializations that the high points of their damage, if they're able to actually commit a bunch of those globals to that Starfire, they're able to do more damage than, like, say, a Mistweaver Monk. But on a per pull basis, I feel like the spinning frame kick from that Mistweaver Monk, that is just a massive amount of damage. That is able to be output by them. But Interrupt on the left side, they are going to be able to down the Deer Lake duo first. But I feel like for Bifan, they're actually keeping it fairly competitive for what was a very, very slow first pull dungeon.
I feel like their comp has insanely good two-target damage. Like, this is what they should be very, very strong at. All three of their specs do a significant amount of cleave. I mean, even Affliction on two targets gets to cast Seed of Corruption instead of Unstable Affliction, and that's a massive damage it gets off two targets for them. Interrupt is a little bit of a weird timing on the Restless Steward control. They opt to just paralyze it. You have 4 Shadow Mods available, but our Augurboker will still be in combat with it.
We're in combat with it. What are they going to do with it is kind of the question. Oh, it looks like the DK press control and dead on one of the previous stewards. Is Interrupt going all the way? And they're going to let that Restless Steward come in just whenever it comes out of that paralysis? I think that looks like it's going to be the answer here for Interrupt. As they're running into that Apex Lynx pack, as how far are we going to be going into the Inverdon wing is kind of the question. Okay, it looks like we're going to be stopping at this Apex Lynx pack. Our Evoker is unfortunately caught in a freezing trap, but is now available to be able to press his Breath of Beyond and do as much damage as possible. Got stuck in one of those trapper traps.
What can you do? Sometimes you just don't see your own feet. It happens to the best of us, but the back of the group now blasting this pack down. One notable thing is they didn't have their healer go out and tag that Bloated Lasher. This is kind of the variation that we saw a lot in this past weekend in Cup C from our Western teams, where they opted just to pull that Bloated Lasher into the boss instead and like deal with the flower.
Yeah.
That makes this pull significantly safer. You don't have to worry too much about the rest of the steward coming down afterwards as well. That should be joining the group pretty soon here in the back as the Paralyzed are sorting out. They do have both of here? Okay.
Yeah. So the one Restless Steward it has made it, and the other one got dropped out of control and dead. So now they're going to be getting 4 of those magic damage debuffs at the exact same time. But they were basically just waiting for the lethality of that Lynx Ferocious Pounce to quit before they decided to get these mobs together, which we saw our Evoker hit 15% HP there. I mean, this is just the double sewer by itself is incredibly very full, but it's also quite slow because you can't really do it with anything else. Like that, it kind of seems like a little bit of a weird pull for me for an Interrupt there.
Yeah, I would rather they just like bring a piece that steward off to the side and find the extra count somewhere else. But like when you're doing all of these skips, it seems like it's hard to find that extra count. Interrupt, though.
Oh wow!
Not done yet. They're going for the Gigapole. We've got every single bit of trash left on the terrace here, heading down to the Inverdon room. Notably, they didn't send someone ahead to spawn the boss early, so they're going to have to sit here in AoE while they wait for Inverdon to spawn. Fortunately, though, spawn timer's not that long for this boss as they quickly get engaged here with the boss. Key things to keep an eye on here. We need to make sure we're interrupting every single Fire Spit cast on those Territorial Dragonhawks here as quickly as possible. If those channel for too long, we could be taking too much damage on our group, especially if it overlaps with any of the extra spore damage from the Bloated Lasher or during this intermission Burning Gale phase.
Yeah, so the Dragonhawks, they actually ended up being paired and caged.
Okay.
So they're not actually in the pack yet. What is going to happen to them, I think in about 15 seconds, is they're going to be breaking out of that CC. And for Interrupt here, I think it's a pretty big deal, them getting all these groundskeepers killed off at about that time. That Bloated Lasher kit, like you called out, that is a mob, that with the Spore Dispersal AoE, on top of the Inverdon AoE, even at the 15 keystone level, it feels like it could be very deadly if they're not careful. And there are those Dragonhawks that you called out. They've broken out of their CC. How are they going to be dealt with?
I mean, we have so much CC from the Breath of Beyond Stuns heading out there, but I wasn't on a Fire Spit there. Looks like it was a roar from our Druid into a knock from our Druid there, interrupting the first 2 Fire Spits. We still have a ton of CC available from the Augurboker here. Upheaval's also going to do a good job. They don't even need any of that, though. They're just cleaving this stuff down quickly. Next set of spits not for a few more seconds here. There's a channel during the Burning Gale phase. Leg sweep being deployed to make sure we don't take any overlapping damage. But our Devourer Demon Hunter dropping incredibly low and going down.
Flame Spit.
Flame Spit. Holding them off. They didn't get that interrupt off quickly enough there. Waiting to use the Battle Res until after the intermission phase. Smart play there. Safe play. Don't accidentally get hit by a tornado. These Dragonhawks, because they weren't part of the initial part of the hold-up panels, they're taking a long time to complete down.
Okay, so the good news is that the Havoc Demon Hunter didn't lose as many burns. So how Havoc works is like every 2 minutes they have like a big meta burn, and they do most of their damage inside the 2 minute window. Every minute as well they have They have the I-beam plus the hunt combo, and if you have even lose that, they have that.
Muoviti.
They
Jeste.
lose a significant amount of damage. So that's
Samo
the
trenutak
fact that he didn't
molim.
lose that is good. The fact that he went down is obviously
Yeah,
pretty bad. And evening up one death to one death.
Mm.
All right, Emberdon does go down for them on the side. Okay, Emberdon's already gone down, actually, for our other team. They were a lot more efficient. That was actually crazy. Okay, didn't see that one occurring, but they did skip a lot of trash, and they are having to deal with this Phalanx plus Archer combo, which, if Interrupt is going for the triple threat skip, they'll be going past this very, very quickly with rare pieces at the end here. This is a really nasty pull to deal with, especially on this P level, right? Because there is so much stuff just preventing you from doing damage, especially with this triple caster comp, right? These interrupting shouts that go out from the Phalanxes stop their damage dead in its tracks for all three of their damage dealers. Also, when they charge out of the room, it's just no free cleave on them. This pack takes forever. You can see why teams are skipping it as Interrupt already into the next boss room, getting ready to gather up a double Mystic Hole. We have to wait for our Invoker to Wardstone down here. Looks like he's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to do it. He goes back with the
Oh wow!
But yeah, I mean, look at how much time this pull has taken on the right.
So that's kind of the point that I think that is very crucial for viewers. Is like while Bifan on the right hand side was a little bit ahead in terms of getting Emberdon killed off, on the left side, Interrupt was so much further ahead in terms of real dungeon progression
Interrupt.
because of the
Bowman
power
coming.
discrepancy. And now Interrupt are somewhere in the order of, I would say even like 30 seconds ahead, even though Emberdon went down substantially faster for Bifan. But now for Interrupt here, they need to make sure that they end up getting these Mystics killed off. The Mystic is
Not
the
on
top
you.
8 keeps
Interrupt.
spawning. And the moment that Mystic dies, that is going to be the next point of progression. You see for Interrupt here, Warlock and that Mystic have gone down, and now the boss has been engaged, where they continue to chain the last remaining power they need to get to 100% enemy forces into the boss.
It looks like Bifan actually skipped the first Mystic entirely. They Shadow Melt skipped it in the boss room. You only need to kill this pack to skill the boss.
Bowman coming.
Are they just going to backpull the remainder of the crash on top of Curlic? Because this isn't count on its own, right? This is only about 90% count. You can see that right away with the damage.
Interrupt.
So,
Bowman coming.
yeah, I guess they're going to be a little efficient here. But the Shadow Melt
Not on you.
too. It doesn't make sense to me to do it split up like this. Also, the problem with the Phalanx pull as well is that it's a pool that you really want to commit cooldowns to, which means you won't have cooldowns.
Interrupt. AOE incoming.
They figured they had to split this up. I guess you gain a little bit of
The Mystic's not in this
at
trap.
the top of the boss. But so Mystic in this pack. Okay, interesting. So we're just pulling a bunch of axe throwers here as well.
Bowman coming.
It is Gal. So this
Interrupt.
is an interesting variation on the strategy for Bifan. It's just a little bit slower than what we saw from Interrupt.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm a little bit skeptical on
Bowman
the
coming.
speed of this. Like, I don't think it's like specifically like a
Not on
bad
you.
way of routing around this dungeon, but I do think it, like you mentioned, is
Interrupt.
going to be a little bit slower.
Either way, it's impressive to see teams come to the tournament with their own strategies.
AOE incoming.
Some of the comps that we've seen. Is Arcade Mage actually a viable tier 1 or tier 2 DPS pick? It hasn't looked bad at all this dungeon.
Interrupt.
Accelerated some of the boss damage in certain situations as well. The other problem is
Bowman
not near
coming.
what it used to be. It still seems like it's a solid pick. And I mean, obviously, you have to remember, it's bringing Arcane Intellect to your group when you're running triple caster. That accounts for a lot.
What's up with this Aqua Warlock?
Bowman
Why is that guy just
coming.
doing insane damage?
Interrupt.
Affliction just does a lot of damage.
Not on
all the
you.
time. I think all of the Warlock specs kind of fit that bill where they can do very good, consistent overall damage all the time. It's just that their utility isn't like the absolute best. They do have curses. They
AOE
have
incoming.
stones.
Interrupt.
They can sometimes be really OP.
Cooldown. They can sometimes be insanely OP. I think they're just in a situation where they're almost never the best at something. Like when you look at the meta comp, you have to think about
Bowman coming.
what do these other classes bring? DK brings boost, has insane burst damage, Devour,
Interrupt.
something that's pretty spec in the game. Hawk, yeah, he's Hawk. It's always been Hawk. Which of those
Bowman
three stars do
coming.
you swap on the Warlock for? There's not really a good answer to that.
Not on you.
Not hard is the best comp, but it's really good at filling in this one of those slots if you need it to.
Hog tends to be seen as the best. I think that's a big vantage point for like where's augmentation of Ogre fit in. It's fairly durable. It's a little bit less target capped than Ellie Shaman. Those are kind of the reasons that you bring the Aug.
Yeah, I think it's funny because like also when you think about it, right, when you're building your comp for Mythic Plus, you have these two absolute tanks in Demon Hunter and DK who don't need any help living whatsoever. That third slot pick in Augabooker is perfect because that is like the squishiest spec in the game now, so they can get all of the attention from the healer. if you bring an Automoker plus a Warlock, you have two classes that need a lot of help. Warlock isn't as tanky as people think, right? You have decent personals, but rock damage absolutely destroys Warlocks. And a lot of these keys seem like they have bosses that do a lot of just general rock damage, especially this key in general, right? Think of Ember on rock damage is crazy. The wind debuff on the final boss on the Restless Heart does a lot of rock damage over time.
Okay.
Warlock and Augur both helpless against that damage.
And for Interrupt here, this should be the points of the dungeon where they accelerate compared to Byfan. The Augmentation Evoker and the Frostdeath Knight, I think that those are maybe the top two single target DPS specs in the game currently. So this should be a pretty sizable advantage for them. I feel like for Byfan, their composition is like really strong against like the 5 target lead kind of profile, the 4 target lead kind of profile. But for Interrupt here, I feel like this single target damage should be absolutely insane for them. Did their Demon Hunter get stunned?
Yes.
He pressed his meta, and instead of meta Ivory dodging the wave, he got stunned by the wave.
He got pinged by his team, the ping of shame. He got stunned on his meta in the Bloodlust. Oh man, nothing better than a couple of ribs from your teammates when you make a stupid play. But either way, it's going to be a clean run here for Interrupt. One death on the board, just the one small mistake for them. But it looks like they are cruising to an easy map 1 victory here. 35% ahead of the boss. I mean, Byfan's making a run for it. They've got the Bloodlust up here, but they have just so much ground to make up on this boss.
I mean, I think that for Interrupt here, you have to be kind of worried about Byfan. While Byfan was a significant underdog compared to Interrupt here. And Interrupt, again, they're like they would have been like the 5th of the 60 coming out of time trials. So a similar pace to like Sin Spellbook or Auntie's Angels. I really like their composition here. But this is a quite close first map of the series, where Interrupt is able to stop the clock at 16:27 whenever accounting for death time. I would not be shocked if Byfan had like a 17-minute run there.
Yeah, both teams looking pretty solid on that run. Interrupt, obviously, taking the victory here, going up 1-0 in the series. Yeah, that's the important thing that we're going to keep coming back to over the course of the weekend. But 2 of these teams are heading to the grand finals to compete against the 6 teams that we've already locked in for the previous 3 cup weekends. We want to compare them to those Western teams, see how they stack up. Already at the start of the day here, we saw Big Lucky. It looked like they could be a top pick. They had incredibly impressive runs overall. They were faster, actually, than our fastest runs in the first 3 weekends, and both of the runs that they completed. Interrupt here, they're a little slower than some of our fastest runs, but, you know, they're like maybe Sin Spellbook in their fastest runs.
Uživo sam, gledam svetsko prvenstvo, Kina
So I think that the reason they're a little bit slower is like
I u isto vreme igra.
I think that they're slower to just get trash packs and happen, which is obviously a very important skill, but it's one that's like hard to train specifically for in the MBI format. It's like, how do we get these packs stacked and gathered as fast as possible where we're able to deploy all of our DPS in a quick and efficient manner? Like, that's always been like one of the advantages that teams like Mandatory have had historically, is that they're really good at these almost intangibles, I would say, of just like gathering and getting packs pixel stacked. We are going to be going into the Pit of Sauron, which is an incredibly mob-dense dungeon. Also going to be one of those dungeons that the ability to be able to get the pack stacked as fast as possible is crucial. What are the bans going to be looking like? I feel like for Interrupt here, the bans are going to be kind of straightforward with the Frostdeath Knight and the Havoc Demon Hunter, but I don't know what the third specialization is going to be. Maybe he's the Bear.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep the Automoker, right? I would like to see them keep the Bear through it. We'll have to see if they keep that in. Obviously, we'd like to see them this week on this dungeon as well. We have that in that previous one, so we'll have that easily. For the side of iPhone, I think they've got pretty easy. Here at the man's house now, as well as the healer combo, and it is the affliction lock. It is the unveil. Also, the Mistweaver though, so they're not going to have the Mistweaver for this dungeon. That's a little unfortunate to see.
Yeah, I feel like between Mistweaver and Bear, they really did have a hard ban. I don't really want to ban Devourer. Maybe I probably would ban Devourer here personally, but I get it.
Yeah. Oh, well, either way, these are the bans for the map here, heading to the Pit of Sauron. I feel like the tank gathering thing of the Intangibles is an interesting topic to cover, right? Because that was also a problem for FTPCN that we saw in the series earlier today. Like, they had their tank manually gathering up pulls at the start of the dungeon rather than using that spatial healer combo to tag a bunch of mobs in. ended up costing them a ton on the gather of their third craft guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like the healer, in the history of like speedrunning, the healer is like the Swiss Army knife of all of these compositions or of all of these seasons, where they kind of do a little bit of everything, right? But I think that one of the most crucial things that a healer does in the speedrun format is helping the tank just gather packs that they otherwise can't. Like we saw it during, I think it was by the triple threat, where Zotzi, he just like ran out and he pulled some of that courtyard trash in the Emberdawn lane, in that Windrunner Spire, and I think that is just the way that most of these other teams should be looking to try to play out this dungeon. Interrupt on the left-hand side, their composition really makes a lot of sense. It is that full meta composition. It's kind of what you're seeing whenever you look at the top of the ladder,
Watch out.
as well, where it's that Holy Death Knights, that Aug of Opers, that Devour Demon Hunter, mixed with that combination of that Bear Druid and that Mistweaver Monk. On the right-hand side for Bifan, it's kind of a similar composition, except they're playing that double Druid. So there's going to be some pulls that are quite a little bit harder. I think pulls that involve a Tormentor.
Watch out.
Those are going to be the pulls that interrupt. They're just going to press spinning crane kick, and they're going to heal through immediately, where the rest of you might have a little bit of a harder time.
Yeah, they'll have to like actually commit to a pre-ramp here and actually have to, focus heal the group for a little bit. I think that's one of the things, like, when you're talking about healer being the Swiss Army knife, that's a really interesting concept for dungeons, because when you think about what
Looking back.
to be doing with each of their globals, like DPS globals are filled. You're pressing a damage global every single global. You if you have to press a CC or a utility button, you will, but you prefer not to. Same thing goes for your tank. They're pressing
Watch your feet.
do damage or stay.
Watch your feet.
Your healer doesn't have to spend every single global healing. As a matter of fact, the healer global physical healing the better, which means they have the most time to do some of those other things, do those utility things, go off, click mobs to move
Watch your
click the citizens to move on in this dungeon if they have to, do CC things, do utility things. In that aspect, it is likely, I don't know, I'm curious on your opinion, it's probably the hardest role to play in Mythic Plus, just because of that fact alone at the high end. I mean, you played one in Zero to Hero this season, would you agree with that?
Watch your
I found healer to be very similar to
coming.
but tanking is just okay. Because I think that tanking has one specific element. Okay, so I think in the MDI, in the speed run, the healer is very unique because their role is dynamic, right? They're not just there to heal one pull at a time. Healing has a lot of peaks and valleys where sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's crazy where you're
looking back.
For tanking is very involved on every single pull basis because the art of getting the pack gathered is something that is almost indescribably hard. Where getting the mob stacked up. Look at the left side here. For interrupt Snowbear, he has about 40 mobs hitting him. He has to layer his defenses perfectly. And the hardest part of this pull wasn't layering to the defensives, it was getting the mobs stacked enough where your DPS can do enough damage and leverage their offensive cooldowns to kill the pack fast enough.
Not only that, but living through the gather is something that's an issue too, right? Not necessarily just living the pull itself, but just the gather of the pull. Not having to commit major cooldowns. This is all things that they've had to trial and error, and out what we're doing. They've probably done this dungeon on practice. Not hundreds of times, but maybe 50, 60 times. And they're like, okay, I know I need a Barkskin on the gather here. I'll have the Incarn back up when the pull is back together. That'll keep me active until the Barkskin comes back up. And then after that, I'll probably need some healing with the pack to be dead. These are the things that we've practiced a ton up to this point.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that in the speedrun format, things are pretty global perfect, especially from a tank. Right? He knows when he should be pressing his Incarn.
Watch your feet.
He knows when he should be pressing his SI. Because the
your survival wasn't necessary.
Almost like it's kind of interesting because I think that Bear Druid specifically, those are the people that are in control of the pacing of this dungeon, and it's based kind of largely around that income timer. There are other things that you have to be considering. I think the army for the Unholy Death Knight is the other big kind of go button. But I would not be shocked if most of our top teams aren't instead of pacing around offensive CDs like they have historically, instead they're pacing around the Bear Druid's Incarnation, because that is just such a big, powerful cooldown.
Speaking of which, looking at this pull for interrupt here, Snowbear is starting to get low on those cooldowns here. Barkskin running out. The second the Barkskin runs out, the survival instinct is pressed. This should get him most of the way back to the next Barkskin, and after that we'll be pretty close to the Incarnation. But there's going to be a moment here where our bear has nothing active, and it's just going to require a lot of healing from our monk here. Definitely scared for the time being.
the monk is actually a little bit scared here too because he's getting boxed off of melee from the destruction of those Serenite bombs and the puddles that are being spawned, and just a bunch of ground effects from a lot of the mobs that are here. With like you got the dragon frontal, you have the grave blade purple circles that also end up spawning. But anytime the monk is not able to have 100% melee uptime, that tank then as a result as well is not able to be healed enough where he's able to power through that, especially completely defensiveless. And for Interrupt, on a 17 keystone level, the fact that they're able to get through this first boss while basically being having 0 defensive cooldowns on their tank, that was very surprising. That was an incredibly scary pull that had a lot of white potential.
We still have some stragglers funneling in now. We make sure we interrupt that cast it drags into the room here. There's a skull marker on it. Don't let that cast go off. Okay, my god, it goes off, but they're able to live through it. They have the cocoon pre-popped for that icy touch as well. Okay, well, not bad that they have the cooldown pre-planned for it. I'd rather just see the cast not go off at all, but what can you do? I guess it's times to where it goes off behind the Serenite rock there, and they're looking clean with that extra crash gather on top of the boss here. You can see where the gap is opened up for Interrupt here. 40% now ahead on the boss.
Timer-wise, we've seen Hidasero on the plus 17 keystone level once, and it was during Group A weekend. So the fastest time that Mandatory put up in this dungeon was a 14:19 with a first boss split. Is this right? 6:35.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. So, but I mean, look at the left side here. Interrupt. I think they're going to be about at that same pace, if not maybe a little bit faster.
Looks like they're actually on a little bit on the fast side of that, which is incredibly impressive. We're not going to have any further cooldowns available for our DPS. This last 10% is going to take quite a long time. Nowhere near the void meta. Army not available for 35 seconds or so now. But even with that, they'll be right in the realm of the times of Mandatory, which for the 2 seed coming out of the China region is exactly what we want to see from these teams.
Mandatory did play 4 weekends ago, or 3 weekends ago, right?
Sure, there's been a lot of time for practice and evolution since then.
Yes, I think there's been a little bit of strategy evolution, but I think that like being able to build off of what the previous group weekends have done is a really big deal. But I mean, for Interrupt on the left side, the fact that they had a 6:26 first boss split is spectacular. Wait, do we have split timers with that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do. Interesting. I wonder if those are their split timers or saved to the observer from previous runs. I'm not sure which it is, but whatever split they're saved off, and it's 4 seconds faster, which is impressive. I don't think Mandatory did this pull back in Cup A. I try to think back to 3 weeks ago. Didn't Mandatory do this pull separately, and they only pulled the Geist plus Ghouls on top of the boss?
I feel like this was the pull that we saw from Liquid. Yeah,
I think the Liquid pull.
Yeah, where taking this dragon to the boss with the Cadaver, it just opens up a lot of room for error for a couple of reasons. First off, if the Cadaver cast goes off, you're just immediately going to wipe. If the Death Bolt cast goes off, well, you're also going to wipe. And then the tank damage that is applied just from all the trash mobs, but also the boss here is quite high. So I think for Interrupt, I think that the composition that they're playing in this dungeon is kind of required to be able to heal through this, where the Augmentation Evoker is the only player that's going to be scared of the incoming damage done with the tank.
Yeah, they're able to deal with those shaded totems very, very quickly here, so you don't have to worry about those extra channels going on the group. Interrupt on the Death Bolts as well as that.
Oh my gosh.
Now expired, just the dragon left alive. Did we get an
Look at
extra
this.
cool in the final moments there? Super clean up.
For Bifam, we got a Giga Red split.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, no, our Booker! Live! No! He got leaked on like 10 times.
Oh no,
okay.
even more red split.
No. Oh, and our tank goes down too. That's going to be a full wipe. That's just brutal. That was a Cadaver nether burst going off on the squad.
They didn't kick the Lich. They didn't kick the Lich, then the tank died and the Cadaver cast went off. What?
Well,
The Icy Bolt literally took out our tank.
what can you do? It's a full wipe, 6 deaths on the board, a minute 30 behind, but they were already so far behind in progression to the strategy from Interrupt here, who are now dealing with a second set of totems. This is probably why we didn't see Mandatory go for this strat, right? Because Mandatory, notably, their strategy was kill the first phase, right? Then burst the boss down. Mandatory didn't have to deal with the second set of totems. They beat that second Shadow Nova by like mere seconds. Interrupt don't have the boss damage while shooting down all this extra trash to do that, so they deal with the second set of totems. But with all the trash now dealt with, they should be able to just kill the boss off here. I'm curious to see what their particular strategy is going to be for the skip as well. Because thinking back to the mandatory strategies of 17, they just did the quad shot on one skip, right? They didn't do anything spectacular. We've seen a couple of other different ways to skip that. We've seen like the rescue tech, rescue that new work setup. We've also seen
I think the late activation with that. I think the late activation with the rescue up is slightly faster, but I think whenever I say slightly faster, I think it's like 5 seconds faster. Like I don't think it's like significantly faster. You see that prisoner still hasn't been freed from the quarry camp, so he is going to be clicked on right now, and then the most of the team is going to be running up to that point where the autovoker is already residing. Oh my God! Interrupt here. A tragedy. The augmentation evoker did not go up early enough, and now they have the double grave blade pulled. It looks like okay.
This is like they're just killing us, I guess.
This is custom, I think.
Yeah, this is a custom route. Press W. Now, okay. The question for me is: are they crazy enough on 17 to just pull all of this to Ecclesiastes, or are we going to play it safe and kill it here? It looks like the play is just play it safe and kill it here.
Pretty sure
it is all
guys.
Yeah. The tank, I'm worried about the Augovoker, man. The Augovoker is going to get jumped on by 10 ghouls on top of all this trash and die instantly.
Okay, that also could be a problem. I think that triple brave blade kills your tank. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure even on the 17 she's so level that would smite down our bear.
I think they're probably right. Either way, they did the best with what happened there. It looked like they were slow getting up to that spot. They were actually a ledge below where they were supposed to be for the skip, and they didn't get to the right spot. That means they won't have to go down and pull the trash into the boss with the Limestone skip. That also means they're missing funnel on the final boss, and this might not be the best time we're going to see from this particular team, but we know that they're capable of great things. How are they looking at the split on the Concrete, by the way? Do you have that info available?
Yes, mandatory second boss split with 10 minutes and 8 seconds, so they were a little bit ahead of that.
Wow,
again,
30 seconds
we see a previous run from Interrupt on the left side with a split where a 14-17 would have put them 2 seconds faster than mandatory in the Petsera run.
I mean, it looks like they're going 20 seconds faster than their previous best split, so maybe this team is one of those teams that just plays really well under pressure.
You know, they pulled the double break play pack. I'm pretty sure we're taking a red on the final time, but
well, yeah, you're probably right. We're heading to the 12-minute mark now. They did their best with it.
When what we're up against is too big
for
for
us.
us.
Prepared. The bosses
Dream is
go
too
down pretty
great.
quickly. Even
Problem too strong.
I think they're
Opposition
going to
too
be on the
powerful.
side of that split.
People rule us out and think it's never
I
going
think
to
that's
happen.
impressive to me. Is they kept
You don't have the resources.
even with the mistake.
You don't come from the right family. The medical report is
They're
not
still
good.
on that zero death.
All the facts say it's impossible.
Right? I think
God on purpose will have you underestimated. When it seems the least likely, that's when he shows up the greatest. Don't get discouraged when you're underestimated. It's a setup.
yeah. I mean, I think that coming out of the group stage from the Western
to show
team, the team
himself
that I thought
strong.
looked the best
When you defy the
were
odds,
Dignitas
everyone will
and those look
know
like
his
top two,
favor is on
where I
the
think
line.
that triple threat and
But when
Liquid
you're
they had.
outnumbered, outside,
You know, I think that Liquid looked really good in
uneducated,
some of the dungeons,
outtrained,
and then I think they looked like they got exposed a little bit by the spec variety rule.
maybe you're not
In some of
talented
the
enough,
dungeons, I talked to some
not
of the guys
tall
after the
enough,
fact, and it
not
sounded like
strong enough, not
the
experienced enough. That
lack
may
of
be
preparation
true, but
because
what
of
they
the
can't
whole
see
Link
is what
swap
God
to
put
sleep
in you.
kind of caused them
They're
a bit of
just looking
problems in
on
a
the
couple
outside,
dungeons and a couple
from a natural
competitions. But
Ruski
and
dom
then the triple
pogodio je
threat, I feel
stambeni
like they're
zgradu
like
u
it's a brand
Rumunskoj
new
i ozlijedio
competition.
dvije
They're a brand
osobe,
new
što je
team.
najozbiljniji
They were a
incident
team
na
that
tlu
like
Europske
we
unije od
didn't really know what to
početka
expect out of them, but if they go
Ukrajinskog rata.
deathless, they look
Dogodilo
spectacular.
se to u
They
gradu
had a
Galac,
couple of
blizu
fumbles,
rumunjske
especially that
istočne
were
granice s Ukrajinom.
but I think that our top 4 teams look
Dron je
so
udario i
good.
izazvao
But I
požar na
think that, yeah,
10.
like you're
katu
saying,
stambene
Dignitas
zgrade
really
iz koje je oko
goes down.
70 ljudi
I feel like all
evakuirano,
those teams, the team
a
that's supposed to
51-godišnja žena i njezin 14-godišnji
obviously
sin su lakše
have some of the
ozlijeđeni.
best players.
Iz rumunjske vojske tvrde da su imali samo 4 minute od otkrivanja drona do
But the
trenutka
funniest thing
udara,
about them to
a u
me is
zraku su bila 2
in
borbena
their like
zrakoplova
player
i bomb
info
helikoptera.
thread,
Incident
questionnaire
was
that we sent all the teams before the tournament. we asked them,
perspective, but you have something on the
oh, yeah, we
inside,
looked at it.
the seed of Almighty God. It will take you where you can't go. But sometimes
Well, I
God
mean, I guess last Blake is going to play 12 hours a day. Like, I mean, don't
Like, okay.
do.
I mean, what are these guys capable of if this is like a team that was like a last-second team? What kind of evolution is that team going to see between their Cup and Grand Global Finals? That's going to be super exciting to see. For the time being, though, Interrupt is textbook at the end of the dungeon. They're not going to be beating the time for mandatory, but they're going to be in the vicinity of it. Looks like they're probably going to close around the 1430, 1440 mark with the damage that they have available. With another Void Meta and Army of the Dead in the final moments of the key here and execute. But yeah, I mean, this team for a second seed team in the China region, these guys are looking fantastic. Like, so far, looking at the matches you've already had this weekend so far, like, if Big Lucky and Interrupt are the teams that come out of this weekend, I'm extremely happy with the way these teams have played so far. These teams can definitely compete with some of the teams that we have in the global finals.
I mean, Interrupt looks really good here. I mean, even though it's been a couple of weekends since we saw mandatory, and that was the weekend that we saw the 17th hit of Sauron, I feel like for Interrupt here, even being only 30 seconds slower than mandatory a few weeks later is pretty spectacular, and it puts them in a position where they could capitalize against mistakes against some of our absolute top competition in the world, and they are going to be taking down this series 2-0. Not too bad. Again, we kind of expected them to be showcasing about this level of skill. They looked, from time trial performance, they looked to be about the same skill levels about Dante's Angels and Sin Spellbook, and I think that seeing them play in their first 2 maps, it seems that is about the level that we should come to expect from them.
Yeah, really impressive. I'd love to see more of them. Obviously, a couple mistakes at the end there, accidentally pulling that last crash back. That's not something that's going to fly, probably cost them around like 30 seconds if I had to guess.
Oh, yeah.
But either way, still impressive run.
A better team, I think, beats them because of that specific problem, right? Because I think that by itself is like a 30 or 45 second loss almost.
Either way, that takes us to our last match of the day here. It's going to be the Dratnos Bowl, like you were talking about. We got Silly Guy versus Sleepy coming up here. Battle of the team logos. I think Silly Guy might be, yeah, the Dratnos Bowl coming up. Speaking of Dratnos, I'm actually going to head off here, and Dratnos is going to be taking my spot in just a moment here. So, Cass, what do you think of this?
All right, we'll see you later, Zyro. And yeah, again, Silly Guy versus Sleepy. Silly Guy is the 3rd seeded Chinese team on this weekend. Sleepy, I believe they are the 6th seeded Chinese team on this weekend. So how are they going to perform is kind of the question. But personally, I'm cheering for the Khadgar logo. What about you, Dratnos?
Absolutely, yeah. Silly Guy is they're my favorites for the logo, and my favorite of the 2 personality aspects embodied in this matchup, although Sleepy is certainly a close second. This is going to be our last match of the day as well, and it's really important as well to determine who's going to be in that upper bracket, and as well whether Sleepy will be able to, or Silly Guy, whether either of these teams will be able to compete with the likes of Big Lucky. I mean, that's a big ask for any of the teams in our bracket. But that second spot out of this group, as we saw in that last series, it is contestable by anybody, and especially I think Silly Guy here, if they're able to put up a good performance here, they could absolutely fight for one of those slots to our finals in June.
Interrupt looked good, but they definitely looked beatable. And I think that's kind of the important thing, where Interrupt had mistakes in both of their dungeons. They had a death in the Windrunner Spire, and they had basically an accidental trash pull in the Pit of Sauron. For Silly Guy, they're the 3rd seeded team, so they should be heavily favored in this matchup. But you have to start thinking about them exactly like you were saying, against the likes of Interrupt, and what is that going to look like. And they're going to be starting out in a 15 Mysara Caverns, a dungeon that I feel like a lot of the teams started to congregate on the same strategy as the weekends went on.
Yeah, Mysara Caverns in the west, sort of the strategy converged onto play an Affliction Warlock, play an Ogrevoker, play a Bear, and then Wormstone around and get that Spirit after the mini-boss and take that onto the second boss and just absolutely nuke it. We did still see some divergences around how much trash you're pulling onto that second boss, whether and how you're fighting the trash on the bridge at the end of the dungeon or getting more trash towards the start. But I'm curious to see what Silly Guy and Sleepy have cooked up for us here, because we saw this dungeon earlier today, and we saw neither team bothering with setting up that incense and then that spirit onto the second boss. It is a high execution strategy. We'll have to see whether either of these teams have practiced it and have decided it's worth it, and also whether they're willing to commit, that Bear, that Ogrevoker to this map when you might want them for the rest of the series.
Okay, so notably, the last time we saw 15 Mysara Caverns, it was actually Group A weekend, where it looks like Mandatory put up a 12-24 twice in this dungeon. And it looks like, did Sin Spellbook finish a run in this dungeon? It looks like the answer is no.
No, I think they were against Mandatory both of those times, maybe.
Yes.
So, yeah, that was tough. That was a tough opponent to run into with that level of consistency. But yeah, that's around the benchmark for an absurdly fast run, right, is that 12:30 range. I think that does rely on executing a lot of the tech, though. We'll see if either of these teams have that prepared as the dungeon timer is ready to begin here. The key entering the font of power. The pre-CDs popped.
Oh my god, Holy Paladin.
Wow. Yeah, so Silly Guy over on the left-hand side, deploying the Holy Paladin in this map. Something that we see sometimes in the Western region in Pit of Saron, in particular, but not something we've seen much of in Mysara Caverns. Notably a spec that has received several buffs over the past few months, though, so maybe something that teams don't have as prepared, but definitely still a powerhouse choice. It's no Mistweaver, though. The Mistweaver is so strong.
Yeah, a friend of mine was saying that he doesn't think it's necessarily the best healer on the patch, but he said it's actually quite fun to play, which they got it into a state where, that is actually a pretty valuable thing. Now, something that I see for Wafu or Silly Guy is that they're not actually playing the Affliction Warlock, so they're not going to have access to the gateway technology whenever they're lighting the incense. Do you think that that's going to be a significant time loss in any capacity, or do you think this composition of an Holy DK, Devoured Demon Hunter, Augmentation of Ogre has so much upside that you don't think the gateway matters?
Yeah, I think the lack of the Afflock and what we've seen from other teams in this region already lead me to believe that neither team is likely to actually bother with the incense and the spirit. In which case, I don't think you need the gateway at all. But yeah, if you are doing it, having the gateway is nice. I mean, it gives you like 5 more seconds of uptime on the boss with the spirit, which is valuable.
I do think that also, thinking about the Affliction Warlock a little bit more, I would not be surprised if it's one of those things that's like the replacement level that it brings over something like Devour Demon Hunter is not super high, where it can do similar damage to the Devourer, but the Devourer, of course, I mean, look at this on the left side here for Silly Guy, doing 500,000 DPS, where on the right side for Sleepy, the Affliction Warlock also doing 500,000 DPS on a similar goal.
Yeah, I would say it's not that Affliction Warlock is better than Devourer Demon Hunter. It's like as good, but then you'd rather save the Devourer Demon Hunter for the spec variety rule.
That seems
so
about
it's
right,
super
yes.
valuable to use the Affliction Warlock in a dungeon like this because it's a great spec and it gives you so much flexibility on the spec variety rule. When we look at these two teams, like what are they going to be restricting for the spec variety rule? Silly Guy, they'll probably choose that Holy Paladin. Sleepy will probably choose that Affliction Warlock. But then both teams are going to have to pick 2 of the remaining 4 great meta specs to restrict after this map. So either team could have gotten an advantage by, like, say Sleepy Guy were able to, or Silly Guy rather, were able to add the Afflock to their composition here. Then they would have 2 great specs to restrict instead of just 1.
And I think the thing that we've seen from these weekends, especially slated around the spec variety rule, is the best teams in the world never put themselves in position to kind of, I would say, play a bad composition for a map, right? They'll play a spec that's 98% power for each and every single map, as opposed to playing 2 versions of a 100% power comp and then 1 version of a 75% power comp, right?
The only good team, the only top team that deviated from that was actually Team Liquid. Team Liquid did throw some maps on purpose on the altar of the spec variety rule, right? They were playing 5 off meta specs, and then the plan was, all right, we're doing this in some of these maps, and then we can play full power in some of the other ones. But yeah, it did not work out for them last weekend to do that. They did still qualify out of that weekend, but they did get owned by Dignitas as a result of doing that in that series. We did have our first death of this series, though, for Silly Guy. Going to cost them that battle res. Hopefully not too much else, though. It looked like no cooldowns were rolling when that death did occur.
I think that something that's kind of interesting for the finals, though, is that the teams are not going to have to contend with the spec variety rule. So while it was a very important thing during, group stage, I think that, maybe having the best players that are able to play the Devourer Demon Hunter, the Unholy Death Knight, and the Augmentation Evoker might prove to be very impactful as well after you get qualified for the global finals.
Yeah, exactly. So it can be one of those things where if you can make it through the group weekends as one of the more teams that wants to play 1 comp in every dungeon, then you'll get rewarded. But if you're a team that's super flexible, that's able to play all these off-meta specs, that's able to juggle the spec variety rule better, you're more likely to actually make it to the finals, even if then you'll be at more of a disadvantage when you get there. Very interesting dynamic. I cannot wait to see the final. So we've got through 2 finals this season, right? We have the season finals, which is in 2 weeks, and that will feature the 6 teams that have already qualified out of the global region, plus the 2 top teams out of this group, out of the China group. And then the top 4 teams from that group, from that finals, will make it to BlizzCon. Will qualify through to BlizzCon, with the caveat that at least one of them will also be a Chinese team too. So then they will qualify to BlizzCon, where we'll have our grand finals. That is going to be super exciting. live and in person at BlizzCon.
I know for Big Lucky, it's BlizzCon or nothing for them, right? That is their main objective, is to make it to BlizzCon. They want to perform at a LAN in person. That is their big goal.
Yeah, it is such a different experience as well. We've been playing the MDI remotely now for several years, and it has been so much fun. But that BlizzCon competitor experience is just on another level entirely. The players I've talked to, it is a defining moment in their WoW careers, and often in their lives, is getting the chance to play on that stage in front of everybody there.
Well, so I cast the last one, BlizzCon 2019. That was in person, and you were there attending in the audience. I mean,
I was in the audience, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, what did you think about it from like a viewership perspective? It was really cool. I felt like watching a Method EU at the time actually be able to take that one down. That seemed like that was a really, I would say, unique experience.
Yeah, there's something about being in the crowd as well, where you just got thousands of other fellow WoW fans all watching together. It's great to be in Twitch chat with everybody, right? To be hanging out, to be spamming your little emotes and your memes and your copy pastas and such. But doing it in person is on another level, and if you can get a copy pasta going in person as well, it's big bonus points.
Dude, people brought some crazy signs last time too. So
our friend had the delete told the door for sign. That was good. Maybe we get that dungeon returning sometime soon. The prison. Battle for Azeroth.
What a shame! It's not. I hope it isn't.
All right, well, agree to disagree. Either way, we have Silly Guy over on the left, having killed off this mini boss, whereas Sleepy on the right-hand side, despite not being the team with the death, certainly the team that has been slower off the starting block here. You can see on the enemy forces count, it's Sleepy Guy with the advantage, and on the dungeon progression timer, it is them as well. That one death is the only blemish on an otherwise perfect record for them in this dungeon so far. 40 seconds of advantage on that boss one split. Subtract those 15 seconds, they're about 30 seconds ahead over Sleepy. So not a huge insurmountable advantage, but when you factor in, it looks like they also managed to grab a little bit more count from the start of the dungeon too. Actually, it's pretty about the same on the count between the two teams. So yeah, really just 30 seconds in favor of Silly Guy here on the left-hand side.
I feel like for Silly Guy as a team, I kind of expected them to be a little bit fast in compared to Sleepy, but I feel like for Sleepy here, actually they're able to keep it competitive. Couple of pulls difference here, especially if they are able to leverage that Warlock and that lighting of the incense with that Runestone and go for that faster second boss kill. I wouldn't be shocked if Sleepy's able to accelerate compared to Silly Guy.
Yeah, let's see how they can do in the second part of this dungeon. You can see Silly Guy not sending anybody back to the incense room. Nor does Team Sleepy look like they set up those incenses, as they have everybody adventuring together forward. They're about a pull behind Silly Guy now, but they do have those 15 seconds of death timer working in their favor. But yeah, Silly Guy gonna have to keep the gas on here. They don't have a big lead, but they do have a lead.
I mean, they're going into the boss here in a couple seconds, it looks like. So they're grabbing this. Well, are they able to take this from the boss? It's kind of
this is going to be scary.
Yeah, teams normally don't take this much into the boss. It's going to be a Gnarled and a Bound Defender and the Aster Mob on top of a bunch of these mobs that are shielded that whenever they expire, they do an insane amount of damage again. It looks like for Silly Guy, yeah. Oh my god! Her tank almost got knocked back into that green circle.
That was very, very close. It looks like they're going to be able to get this boss pulled at least. No luck is going to be available for this one. That's being saved for the start of the last boss, which means this is going to be one of the scariest moments of the dungeon. We have that Gnarled in here as well. This is a pretty dangerous combination of enemies to be fighting alongside this boss, especially with all the area denial from the Gnarled slams, the tornadoes, and then the unmake out of the boss as well. Beautiful direction for that unmake to go, though, towards absolutely nobody there for Silly Guy. And that's going to really trivialize that part of the fight for long enough for them to just be able to get through all this trash.
The color of their Gnarled slam is different than ours.
Yeah.
I get this one instead.
That is nice. Yeah, the brown earthquake instead of the green spectral one.
Yeah.
All right, meanwhile, Sleepy about to get in combat with that boss as well. They've also grabbed a large set of enemies. Let's see if that boss gets tagged here. Just has spawned for them. It's already nearly dead, though, for Silly Guy. It looks like Silly Guy have successfully accelerated into the second half of this dungeon. They're grabbing the last little bit of count that they're going to need besides that bridge trash, too. 4 Grim Skirmishers joining the party here.
We're almost. I feel like this Holy Paladin damage is not that bad. Look at this, 85 KDPS.
Yeah, not bad at all. So Holy Paladin, one downside of the Holy Paladin is you're not contributing an offensive rate buff, right? The Mist Reapers are bringing Mystic Touch, Resto Druids, Mark of the Wild, Resto Shaman, Sky Fury, huge offensive power loaded into those specs. Holy Paladin is only bringing Devotion Aura, which is a defensive buff. It's a powerful defensive buff, but in Mythic Plus in particular, often you want the offensive power from your healer, right? When you think about, oh, my healer's doing 70k DPS, it's like, yeah, Sky Fury alone would probably be doing more.
Yeah, I mean, defensive buffs are kind of an interesting thing in Mythic Plus because if they prevent you from getting one shot, they bring you over the edge for getting one shot, and they're incredibly powerful. Unless they prevent you from getting one shot, though, then it's like they're way less good. And I think that Fortitude kind of fell into that category throughout the entirety of Dragonflight, especially whenever we were doing like TGP style events, where Fortitude preventing you from getting one shot by so many things, such as like no coup defensive second boss or third boss and stuff like that, like spammable one shots. Oh my, that was when Fortitude was like full power. Oh my god, the lay on hands at the absolute last possible second, able to keep the Demon Hunter alive on the side of Silly Guy. What in the world?
Yeah, we have had a death happen for Sleepy as well, so that's going to equalize the death timer. But yeah, it's a great point you make about defensive power tending to be valuable only if you need it, right? If you don't need it, then it doesn't speed up the dungeon in the way that offensive power does. It is worth noting that effects like Devotion Aura tend to be a little bit more valuable than effects like Fortitude, because not only are you increasing your effective health pool, but you're increasing the effectiveness of healing and shields on you because it's a damage reduction rather than a health bar increase. So that does mean that you'll often need fewer healing globals on people to keep them alive. That can get you to more damaging globals. It can also mean that it sort of makes people's own health pots and defensives stronger as well. So I would say I put Devo Aura slightly above Fortitude in terms of just how powerful damage reduction is compared to stamina. Although it is a smaller percentage than the Fortitude buff is of stamina, so
yeah,
probably all equals out.
But yeah, like I was saying, it really depends on, because I think in speedrunning specifically, you were looking for what is the most offensive firepower, and I think that the MDI and speedruns in particular, something that hasn't been explored a ton is what is a lustless comp. What is a composition without bloodlust like really play like? Is there ever play without bloodlust? First and foremost. It's bad vibes. It's really just bad vibes more than anything else. But, like, how much time does a Bloodlust save you is kind of an interesting question. Because you see on the left side here, Silly Guy, what they leverage the Bloodlust to do is it allowed them to kill off the bound defenders before Raktul ends up pushing them into that intermission. But, like, would they have been able to kill off those defenders regardless without the Lust? Like, what does the Bloodlust truly enable is always an interesting question.
Mm. Yeah, I think especially if the dungeon timer is at that 13-minute mark, it's like, man, 2 lusts are so good in the dungeon, right? If we start seeing a dungeon that ends up having like a 9:30 timer, something like that, or even a 19:30, like that's sort of the range where the bloodlusts are a little bit less, uptime relative to the dungeon timer, and maybe you could get by without a lust, but especially when bloodlust is brought by specs like Aug Evoker that are just so good as well. It's like, why would we play without lust and Aug Evoker when we can get both for the price of nothing? We are going to see, though, it is Raktul going down for Silly Guy on the left, advancing to a 1-0 lead in the series. Sleepy were also on that boss, but yeah, it is Silly Guy that are going to take the victory in this first map as Khadgar screams in triumph.
Actual picture of Dratnos right now on the left-hand side.
That's right, hogging out.
Exactly. Now wide open for Silly Guy, as they were going to be able to go for 1-0.
I just always remember Khadgar's voice lines on the Gul'dan fight, where he's like, "We can stop them! I know it!" And he's just there, like, casting 0 damage arcane missiles into Gul'dan. It's like, dude, you are doing absolutely nothing here. You are, at best, a mascot, and that's exactly what he's doing for Silly Guy as well.
On the Archimon encounter as well, he did something crazy. He did similar stuff where he's literally just, like, sitting there, spamming NPC voice lines, and you see him casting, like, arcane missiles into the mob, and then you check the log, and it's like, 0.0% of the damage. You're like, what are you doing?
He's literally just there. Yeah. Gul'dan wavers! He will fall! I'm like, dude. more oxygen to the lungs for like combat and less for the voice lines.
Alright, and we're going to be moving into map 2 here in a couple of seconds. Skyreach. I think bans are going to be interesting for Silly God. They're probably going to be the worst position in terms of spec pick ban. I think that Augmentation Evoker is a specialization that is almost required in terms of the damage output that it brings to Skyreach. But you don't really like the concept of losing things like a Mistweaver Monk or a Bear Druid. So I think that Silly Guy has a lot of tough choices to make here.
Yeah, it's not only for the Skyreach as well. It's if you make it that next Venus, that map 3, there are specs that you might be okay restricting for Skyreach that you're then going to be pretty sad to be without in the map 3. Both teams, right, have an obvious restriction. It is the Avalok for Sleepy and the Holy Pally for Silly Guy. And then it looks like we're going to see the Unholy and the Og lost for both teams. You don't feel too bad about losing these for the Skyreach. The Og is the one that I miss the most in Zenith, although you can play without it, right? Something like Frost Death Knight coming in that dungeon in particular works out really great, so you don't need the Unholy. The Og Evoker, you can transmute that into, like, say, Demonology and Ellie as your last 2 DPS alongside Frost Death Knight, and I think you're really happy in the Zenith. Question is, what are you going to do in the Skyreach? Because you also kind of want the Warlock Gateways there.
I would have banned, I think, the Unholy DK. It's a Havoc Demon Hunter. Hold on, nothing I'm cooking. But yeah, I think that both of these teams are on a little bit worse spec variety than what we've seen from like our absolute top teams over the course of the last couple of weekends. But I don't think that either team's on like a terrible composition. Oh my gosh, we're actually seeing double Monk here coming out of Silly Guy on the left hand side.
It's not just double Monk. That's a Rep Pally and an Enhancement Shaman joining the battlefield for Silly Guy alongside a Havoc Demon Hunter. Meanwhile, Sleepy are busting out that Demonology Warlock, which means they do get a gateway that is very nice at the start of the dungeon, and another very nice one at the Wind Gauntlet section of the dungeon. The Frost Death Knight also entering the battlefield for Sleepy. So this is going to be a very distinctive composition. Both teams agree on exactly one thing, and that is the Mistweaver Monk. Everything else is different between the two teams, including the 2 different flavors of DPS Shaman.
Would Arms Warrior not be better than Havoc Demon Hunter here?
Maybe, yeah. Arms Warrior really benefits from that Sky Fury as well. Not quite as much as the Rep Pally, but Sky Fury is a buff that really, if you are a spec that's like, hey, my auto attacks do this extra thing, Sky Fury is the buff for you, let me tell you.
I think Rep Paladin on live, it's seen as like a pretty good DPS, but the prerequisite of playing with a Rep Paladin is that you're also playing with a Restoration Shaman. Those are like, I feel like those are the duo that whenever Rep Paladin is brought in, like it has to be brought in with a Restoration Shaman because you gain apparently 10% damage in it plus by bringing in that Sky Fury buff.
The reason is, Rep Paladin takes this talent called Crusading Strikes that replaces your auto attack with the Crusader Strike basically. And so when you have the extra auto attacks from Sky Fury, that's just extra Crusader Strikes for Rep Pally. It is so much extra damage and holy power income.
Alright, oh my gosh, Silly Guy on the left-hand side on a composition that is quite unique with that Enhancement Shaman and that Rep Paladin. They are able to actually chew through most of the trash early on and actually get the first boss pulled in range ahead of Sleepy.
Yeah, they are zooming here, despite the fact that Sleepy had that gateway that they could use to get from the start of the dungeon up to this platform. Still took them quite a while to gather the pull, because of course you're still gathering all that same trash, just kind of everybody else gets to take that gateway and set up upstairs. Boss is about 10% ahead now for Silly Guy, as it looks like they might just be dealing more single-target DPS than Sleepy.
Yeah, I think that is probably a feature of this composition. I think the Havoc Demon Hunter is maybe better than... Okay, the Frost DK is actually probably the best single-target DPS on this entire board here. But yeah, if Silly Guy are able to do a little bit more single-target damage, and especially at those low target counts, I think that they should be superior at like the 3 to 10 target count pulls, and then really start to fall a little bit behind as the pull counts get a little bit higher.
Yeah, let's see how this shakes out as the boss is now equalizing a little bit between the two teams. That lead has shrunk to 5% in favor of Silly Guy, but Sleepy with that second round of cooldowns has caught up a tiny bit. Breath has now fallen off, though, and once again, it is Silly Guy accelerating. Back over 10% now is the chasm on the boss HP.
So I think that something that's kind of interesting for Silly Guys, they have really strong cooldowns every 1 minute, right? You got the Doom Winds, you got the Ret Wings, you got the Demon Hunter, like, I-Beam Hunt cooldown. And I think that for them, like, even though the Metamorphosis is actually a large portion of the power from the Havoc Demon Hunter, having even good damage every 1 minute kind of makes Silly Guys' way that they're going to be looking to play through this dungeon very straightforward. Everybody's pressing their cooldowns on a 1 minute window, and then outside of those things, you're sitting there just like auto attacking the mobs, but you know when everybody has cooldowns because it's going to be at the exact same time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to see some pretty scary pulls now for the tanks on both teams, as you have those adepts that stack up that bleed onto their target with every successful auto attack. Now, Brewmaster luckily dodges a lot of those and has Ring of Peace and Leg Sweep available to help reset. Bear usually just gets a bunch of those stacks during Incarn, and then as Incarn falls off, the onus is on the tank to actually find a time to drop those stacks, which it looks like Sleepy's tank has successfully done so.
I think that for the left side for Silly Guy, they actually played this area a little bit slower than we've seen from our absolute top teams, right? I feel like our absolute top teams have already gotten the solar constructs engaged here, and they're like doing this like elongated chain with some of the other packs. Oh my gosh. Silly Guy on the left side, they're electing to CC so many mobs here, double para and a cage even.
Yeah, this is looking quite good for them. Is this going to be... So, okay, what we get to do with this is take them onto the boss now?
Yeah.
What does that accomplish? I guess, is there funnel that we're getting out of this? Enhancement has had some funnel damage in the past, right? Although I think they have less this expansion than they used to. So I guess maybe just is for safety and target capping?
In theory, he could be playing AR Havoc, but I feel like that's pretty myth, right? I don't think that... The Aldrachi Reaver did get buffed on this most recent reset, but I would be shocked if he was playing that.
Yeah, it is possible, but
I did see something kind of silly where Aldrachi Reaver Havoc was doing like 500,000 DPS to Overgrown Ancient and Algathar Academy, and that turned it from a 4 minute boss fight to like a 2:30 boss fight or like a 2:15 boss fight. But I can't imagine you play Aldrachi Reaver with a Wounded Quarry for specifically this moment.
Yeah, this is indeed. So we can kind of see, based on whether the damage spikes during this meta, and whether there are Demon Surge explosions. So here's the I-Beam meta. Okay, I don't see Demon Surges, but you probably just don't see them if you're not the actual Demon Hunter. There's that meta. Okay, I haven't seen a sigil yet. I'm not sure.
It doesn't look like he's throwing Blade.
It does not look like a Blade is getting thrown, yeah, which is an important part of the Aldrachi Reaver combo.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking it's still Felsguard, yeah.
I would have been shocked if he was playing AR, but like it is certainly possible, especially with some of the changes that we've seen this week, that the Silly Guy is absolutely cooking. But I mean, Felsguard Havoc was played throughout a lot of the group stage, and I mean, it always looked good every single time that we saw it. It was like, oh wow, this is a quite potent spec. Makes a big fan of that Havoc Demon Hunter every single time we did see that.
Yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter, definitely a fun spec to watch with those two very distinctive hero talent choices as well. The boss, though, quite a big gap has now opened up in favor of Silly Guy compared to that first boss split. I mean, we're looking at a zero-death series, but somehow, despite having pretty much the same pulls as each other, Silly Guy are just doing more damage than Sleepy. This boss is going to go down while it still has like 40% health for Sleepy. That is really impressive for Team Silly Guy. That's the kind of speed that we need out of them to be competitive with the likes of Interrupt and Big Lucky. Especially Interrupt. I think if you're Team Silly Guy, you're probably targeting Interrupt and saying, you know what, we're coming for your spot out of this group.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for Silly Guy, their first map, it could have been a little bit faster, in my opinion, than that Mysore Caverns. I feel like their route wasn't like the most perfect thing. I feel like with the Skyreach, though, they've been playing, especially on such a unique composition, they've been playing this quite fast.
Yeah, this is looking great. I think they just have a very high single target DPS comp. They've indexed a lot into just boss damage, and they said, you know what, sometimes maybe these big pulls aren't great for us. There's not a lot of big pulls in Skyreach.
Exactly.
And the ones that do exist, we can often CC some stuff and just fight it in the middle of the boss fight, which a lot of teams haven't bothered with, but Silly Guy, because of their composition, I think are getting a lot of value out of doing that.
That's kind of why I thought that maybe the Arms Warrior would be good here too, because it kind of plays into how this composition would want to run.
Yeah, when you're CCing and pulling trash onto the second half of a boss fight, that is so good for Arms Warrior.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that they're, I don't want to say required to have at least a second target, but they very much want a second target at least.
Absolutely, yeah. So the boss already in combat here for Silly Guy. Meanwhile, Sleepy just finishing off the last mob that will be required to spawn it. About a 30-second advantage for Silly Guy has opened up in the first half of this dungeon. Sleepy do have one little ace up their sleeve, though. They have the Warlock Gateway, whereas Silly Guy are going to have to figure out their own way to get past the Wind Gauntlet. They don't even have Rescues or Wordstones to do it either.
It's kind of interesting because I feel like for Sleepy, they've looked consistently pretty good the entire time.
Yeah.
I don't think they had a death in the Mysaurus Caverns, did they?
No, they looked fine. I think they may have had one, but it was...
I think they're...
Silly Guy definitely did have at least one.
Yeah, I think that Sleepy's actually deathless completely through the series. I feel like their strategies are just a little bit slower, and maybe some of their players just do a little bit less damage than that of Silly Guy. That's also something that we don't bring up all too often, is the damage differences. But World of Warcraft just as a game, it has a very high skill ceiling to the point where players have the ability to be able to do 10, 15, 20% more damage than other players who are also quite good. Oh my gosh. On the left-hand side, Silly Guy do something a little bit silly, and they accidentally have spawned a second Sunwing here. Now both of them pulsing AoE as they're going to be tanking these quills. This is really scary on the side of Silly Guy, but they are able to down the boss right on time. Oh my goodness.
Darkness putting in some overtime there for them. As we can see, one monk is going to go on this adventure.
Where's he
The
going?
other monk standing at the bottom of the stairs with that Transcendence Bonded Spirits, able to just teleport up once somebody else is successfully able to finish this gauntlet. The roll lighter than air jump. But yeah, you can see our Mistweaver just hanging out there, taking a little drink of the mana.
Oh.
Yeah, the Transcendence Bonded Spirits is going to be nice here.
Bro.
Being able to just skip this.
This feels awful. This cannot be right. Like, what is going on over here?
And they're activating the Wind Orb as well. Something that you usually don't even need to bother doing in the MDI.
Okay, surely our Shaman could have Gust of Wind, and surely our Monk could have lighter than air and jump the gap, right? Like, there's no way that was the right play. I refuse to believe.
All right, our Sleepy going to be able to set up this gateway. It's not an easy gateway to do. Oh, it looks like maybe the Warlock doesn't do it the same way that other Warlocks we see do. Yeah, there it is, the jump. That's what you want to do. You get to the top of the stairs, and then you jump down while having Soulburn active and spamming the gateway on the middle of the second set of stairs, and that will pretty reliably get you this Warlock gateway. So with that, Sleepy able to get this done pretty quickly, but Silly Guy are going straight into the last boss room. They have so much trash coming with them, Tunnels.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary pull. You see that Bloodlust getting engaged, the second Bloodlust of the dungeon, right at that 10:30 marker. So right on time for Silly Guy. You have the Dread Raven, you have the Solar Construct, and you have that Blade Talon mob. Actually, the Blade Talon mob not pulled on that left side of the screen, but now it is engaged. And the amount of AoE incoming damage on both the entire group, but also the tank, is quite high, especially when that Solar Construct is targeting that beam. You see that Shaman dropping incredibly low from that targeted beam. He does now press his wall after all of that damage falls. Kind of calls into question why he didn't press a little bit earlier, but I'm not backseating his defensives.
Yeah, these things happen. Sometimes our cooldowns space out a little bit differently. As Silly Guy nearly done with this pull now, getting ready to spawn the boss, but it is Team Sleepy in combat with all this trash at once. This is Lust and Incarn and everything rolling. Rev Syndragosa and Ascendance just absolutely shredding this pull, and our Demonology Warlock is here too.
And now he's arrived.
Oh, now
he's arrived in the graveyard.
And now he's departed. Back alive, though. The B-Res is expended. There's Sleepy's first death of the map. And this one might be the nail in the coffin for Team Sleepy, unfortunately. They were already a little bit behind. Now with that death, that's 15 seconds. They are going to need something to go wrong for Silly Guy in order to catch up here.
Is that a caster curse? Oh my god, for Sleepy, things are going from bad to worse as a tank death is going to cause them a full wipe. And on the left side of the screen for Silly Guy, it feels inevitable as they are going to be downing this boss in 77%.
If you're Silly Guy and you're watching Sleepy here, you're like, oh, you guys still have to deal with the wind? Interesting. We deactivated ours by using the orb at the top of the stairs here, so How are we feeling now?
But they just gave it again.
Okay, no, whatever. Didn't ask.
Okay.
Check the scoreboard at the end of the series, and you'll see which strategy was superior.
Oh, okay. That's a good.
All right, we have the bear once again pulling the side just as Shadow Meld has come off cooldown. Getting ready to set this up with that meld. And yeah, are they summoning? Yeah, okay, that's how they do this with to get the bear through with no Wormstone. We have a Wormstone at home. It's summoning portal.
We could have used the Mist Weaver with the Bonded Spirits.
That is true, yeah. Although that would mean a non-tank fighting that, so if you get autoed once, would be the end of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sleepy are going to try and regather this pull. They have fought valiantly in this series, but with just 30% left on the boss for Silly Guy, there is not much that can still go wrong for them. This boss, they've got all the count they need. No trash involved in it either. A couple of players that could be in some trouble if they do get pulled off the edge, but it looks like Hammer of Justice is putting in some overtime there, just stunning that thing for so long so they can cleave it down under the boss. We are flying through some of that fire right now, but it's all good. It doesn't kick you while you're in there, yeah. Just when you get broken out.
Yeah. But I mean, for Silly Guy here on the left side, a really unique composition allowing them to put up a 14-minute run. I feel like for them versus Interrupt, it's going to be kind of a hotly contested matchup for who is that second seeded team coming out of China. But we did see a lot out of Big Lucky and OB2 getting some IO for that 16 Sky Reach there. Big IO for that Observer.
Wow, that's what we like to see there. Those big drops of IO. It is Silly Guy with the 2-0, rounding out our day of 4 2-0s. Now, tell us, today felt closer to me than 4 2-0s. There were a lot of maps that were a lot more involved, but in particular, I think some of the matchups that we've set for ourselves tomorrow, Silly Guy versus Interrupt, looks like it could be a really, really close series.
Yeah, I feel like that one is going to be pretty telling as to who is likely to be the second seed coming out of China. For Big Lucky, I think that what is their path going to look like is a big question that I have. Because they went deathless in the first two maps. Are they going to have that mandatory style, completely deathless weekend? Or are they going to have a Dignitas kind of weekend as well, where, again, mostly deathless, where they're kind of carving their own path and doing their own strategies? Those are kind of the questions that I have for the entirety of the China finals.
We've sent some pretty powerful teams down to the lower bracket as well. Teams with good runs, right? A lot of these runs from teams like Sleepy were, 30 seconds slow, one death here or there. Otherwise very good, though. So that's going to be a brutal lower bracket for our teams to contend with as well. That is also starting up tomorrow. So tomorrow, we're going to have our 2 upper bracket matches first. That's going to be the way the day will begin. And then we have 4 back-to-back elimination series down there in that lower bracket. That is going to be absolutely brutal. We have Big Lucky, huge tournament favorites. Are they going to be able to stay on that undefeated, deathless streak? That path that Mandatory blazed back in Group A, will Big Lucky be able to follow it? And how will, in particular, Interrupt stack up against Silly Guy? 2 very closely. There are second and third seeded teams in this region. 2 teams that on paper are vying for that second slot out of this group.
I mean, there's obviously a bunch of other questions regarding the spec variety rule and how teams are navigating the pick ban that also kind of play into that. Where I feel like Interrupt in their match against My Fan, they had a more clear strategy from the spec variety rule, but Silly Guy, I mean, they played a completely unique composition. They looked good on it, so it's hard to really be like, oh yeah, I'm critical of this.
All right, well, we'll just have to wait and see what happens as these matches have not been played yet. Again, we are broadcasting the exact same weekend, a little time zone shifted, so the matches happen, a couple hours before we start the broadcast. But yeah, it's going to be tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific still, when the broadcast will resume. We've got 6 matches tomorrow. You are not going to want to miss it, so set some alarms so you can wake up and be a sleepy guy joining Team Sleepy here in the brackets tomorrow. That's going to be it, though, for our first day of the China bracket. We'll see you tomorrow.
Right, that's gonna be it for the Mythic Dungeon International 2026 China finals. So we're gonna take a break with that. So that's gonna be it for Mythic Dungeon International 2026 China finals, and we're gonna launch the stream once more. If we continue on tonight, or I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Go do that for the boss. I have an Instagram that I'll browse on Instagram. I'll like scroll reels and stuff, so like brain rot. But I don't usually post on it. And then I will sometimes I don't use Facebook. I open it up very rarely, but it's terrible and I don't enjoy it, so I just don't. Are you good or what? Hi Candice, how are you? Just want to say it's okay that the decent action on social media, so it all evens out. Yeah, you just have to like keep at it. It's a grind. You deleted your Facebook, which is garbage. I thought about deleting mine. I just feel like there's enough photos that are on there from my youth that I don't want to have to download them all, but I also don't want to lose them. So I feel like I'm in this zone of like, I guess I'll just leave it there. I don't use it, and that's that. Are we done? Just let them go. Yeah, I'm not ready for that yet. You're the same. I know it would be easy enough just to download everything. Like, it's not like there's that many photos. And, like, you're tagged and everything, so you can find it all pretty easy, but... It's also theoretically how I keep in touch with a few old friends. Like, not that we actually get in touch, but theoretically, if we wanted to, that's where we'd be connected. Holy favorite Batman, you in the world boss. You're looking at beautiful ladies on Twitch? What are you doing here then? Just kidding. I know I'm beautiful. Your family's over and they want you to post more than you. I got to looking at it more. Yeah, I don't even open it anymore. Because, like, it doesn't even show me things that I'm interested in. I think everyone I know has left Facebook. It's not popular with people my age at this point. And if I open Facebook, it's just going to show me a bunch of Facebook groups and advertising posts and things that aren't even dialed into things I like. It's just, like, showing me random shit that I don't want to see. At least Instagram is showing me a bunch of junk. It's tailored to things that I like and follow already. You have like 20 years of kids photos you have to find someone to look at, right? What is this another? Oh, it's a green post thing? Damn. Hopefully it'll go back around sometime. Oh, that looks so cool. Good, these so good for butterfly dish things red. I hope that comes around. That looks really good. On the downside, old boyfriends seem to think they need to reach out. Oh god. Yeah, I don't think I have notifications turned on for like my rando Facebook messages, thankfully. So if there's any in there, I have no idea what they are. I'm not interested. deleted all your socials with Instagram. It survived only because you found a tattoo artist you wanted to go to eventually in there. You would be able to find it otherwise. That's fair. And like, a lot of Instagram for me is just window shopping. Tattoo artist is a big one. And enough of my friends still use Instagram that I am actually able to see what folks are up to that I care about. So like, that's alright. I feel like you're too old for TikTok and Snapchat. Yeah, I'm with you. I think I'm too old for TikTok. I'm not, because I'm, absolutely in a demographic that targets it, but I didn't allow myself to get TikTok because I knew it would be a rabbit hole I would not be able to service from. And I used Snapchat for a while when I was in college, and then I ended up not installing it on a new phone, and I have not missed it. It's never something you really pay attention to, but probably your post went minorly viral, so it just makes you think so. Right, if it's a useful market point for you, then absolutely. The 40 plus people at Facebook, so you like it there. You can find biohazarding and chunky blanket groups and silly stuff plus all the great things. My high school classmates have had. Oh, nice. Like my background music? Thank you. Yeah, this has been a pretty solid playlist. Oh, Danny's back. Hello. That should come, little guy. You deleted everything except Twitch because of your mental health. That's very reasonable. I think getting off of social media is good for most people, honestly. Or at least, like, cutting back on what you do with it. Feeling when everybody's not reaching out to you, good. Good. I took a 5-year break from the whole pandemic misinformation. Yeah, it was really bad in 2020. That's probably around the time that I was like, you know what? Let's just stop visiting Facebook altogether. I looked at the brick wall cat YouTubes and I'm just reading. It's an overlay. I use Streamlabs. And it's just like an overlay thing. I think it was a preset that I used. It was like a preset package thing of like starting to screen, chat box, and things like that. So yeah, so it's not on my WoW screen. It's on my Streamlabs, my streaming software that's on my second monitor. I read the thing. Creatures don't want to kill him. I know. There's so many times where I'm like, oh, buddy, I didn't mean it. Oh no, you're fighting me, so one of us has got to die, and I really don't want it to be me. I just don't want it to be me. Changing the project? Wait, I just remembered about it. Remember a new project with the daily meeting? Oh, that sounds so fun. How long have you been working on that? I just stopped following a lot of bands that we used to follow on Facebook and started getting suggested a bunch of random BS related to them that you weren't interested in, but you still get suggestions and ask for it. They're like, we haven't found anything else you're interested in to replace this, so here we go. About a week-ish? Ooh. Are you like programming it or what? I'm not like gonna open any links or anything while I stream, but I'm happy to hold a link to look at later. Built it in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Oh, nice. That's impressive. Coding is something that I think is very cool, and I don't understand at all. I mean, I used to be able to do some HTML because of like MySpace. Like I could customize my page in MySpace like anybody else. And my MySpace page looked fantastic, by the way, but that's about as far deep as all that went for me. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find any more of these mobs. Just okay. I made great progress. Good. coding class. Have you done anything with it in over a year? No. Fair. Is it like a class you've been working on for over a year, or have you been doing the class and not doing anything with it outside of class? If you like you're not interested in something, but everything is still find something to push you. Oh my god, you're like, I don't need this. This is real life already. Like, I don't need this. Jesus. Get rid of my crumbs. Yeah, it is kind of remarkable. Like, again, I don't post on social media, and honestly, I don't very actively use it. I'm just kind of scrolling. But it is kind of remarkable how, like, what they show me on an algorithm, like, I'm scrolling Instagram, and what they show me does, I can feel the tweet, so I'm giving what I stop and watch. Which that's the part that weirds me out. Like,
Merci de laisser un message. Merci pour le follow, Tom. Good evening. Hi. Searching group tank. Ok. Respectez du groupe. Galio s'est appelé pour une clé. Je répète. I'm sorry. It's a little early to come in 19. So. En fait, j'ai tellement pas envie de me remettre les pieds dans cette clé. J'ai tellement pas envie de remettre les pieds dans cette clé. Waouh. Mais en même temps, on a tous envie de le faire. Ouais. Buzz.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
Only the strongest survive.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Sei veloce, sta. they will be a watch. 2 minuty. Nešto to. Nešto. Ste głowy.
Defensive.
Jesus Christ, brate, znači, to.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Only the strongest survive.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. Probably gonna be taking a break now since it's midnight already and it's rather late. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. In case I can't sleep, I'll come online again. 4 people on Twitch. It's very nice. More than usual 0. It's great. And then we got here on YouTube as well. Managed to do some keys. We're missing basically 116 to get 3 full. Should I just stay on Did I get that done, or do I just leave it for tomorrow? We are gonna be getting tomorrow's date anyway, since it is past midnight. Let's check on some groups. Not that high rating. We have Olgathar and we have Mysara Caverns. Let's see, Mysara. Yeah, so groups are pretty low as well at the moment, so thanks everyone for tuning in and see you next time.